Johnson, how the hell are we doing? NFL admin, we lactated Don. We lactated Don, Mother Love us.
That is me. Wildflower.
Good, what have you done?
The Fan of the Year trophy just shattered.
They got forward! I broke something, I don't care! They got forward! Yes!
No!
They snap it at 6 seconds!
No!
What are you
Game over!
doing?
Game over!
It is over!
Let's make some noise.
Oh my God, he caught that ball. Jaden Reed! What a catch! Romeo Dobbs! It's no good! It's no good! It got blocked! And it's gonna be, oh my God! It bounces off the Bears! A miracle in DC!
$1 million for children of fallen patriots.
Over $2 million for charity.
Did it, man.
Yes, we did. We did do the thing.
It's freaking
we did that.
time.
And we will do it again. We will lactate at dawn! Grossi Posse Packer! Aw, Nation, welcome to an episode of podcast where you don't do Packers fan, but it sure does help. I'm your host, Tom. What time are the Packers playing this weekend? Grossi. How we doing? Good to see ya, everybody. Hope you are doing well on this Friday evening. Hello. Oh, the nerves are real. That's it. That's it. That's it. Feeling better? Better is a relative term, but, you know, we keep on moving on. Jason Stewart, how is fire and ash? More like fire and ass. It was, like, listen. I'll be the first to say I'm not like, oh my God, I gotta go see these new Avatar movies. But I have now the tradition of I go and see it in theaters. And then I think I've seen the first one multiple times. But I saw the second one in theaters once. I was like, oh, okay, that was good. And I never watched it again. And I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna watch this, I might as well go in theaters. Yeah, it was my least favorite of the three. I feel like it was missing the wow factor visually that the first two had. It felt like part two of the second movie. The villain was really cool. The dialogue at times was like, I don't know if this was written by ChatGPT. Like, that was pretty rough. Because you're not really going for like award-winning dialogue and screenplay. But yeah, it touched on a lot of the same story beats of the first and second one. So yeah, you know, that's kind of, it was kind of whatever, you know? Bravo and Terry, did you see Guar? Yes, I got sent this Guar cover of Pink Pony Club by multiple people. It was epic. I don't know if Wildflower did it better, but Guar did a pretty damn great job. So I think they did all right. So yeah, that was awesome to see. I saw that pop up yesterday. So no, not with Perna, just because again, my internet the last time we streamed together, it was a miserable experience for everybody. So yeah, no, we'll be rocking solo for the rest of the games. That ball Turk, can I buy you a fancier pen? So I have some fancy pens that folks have bought me over the years, and they're very nice. I don't use them a ton, but I really like these pens. Like, it's just, you know, just the Bic crystal pens. These are actually like some of my favorite pens to write with, so I like them. Danny boy, what's our thing? Less than 20K and 1 million. Go Tom, go! Oh, yesterday, yesterday was a light day. I only put out one video and streamed clickbait, and we still got 1,100 subs. For that to happen on a Thursday with no game or anything, yeah, it's pretty darn good. So, yeah, we're moving. Like today will be slow. I recorded like a 30-minute Packers video about like what they do next this morning because I was up at 6:30 to do WBAY. They wanted to do an interview, so I was like, hell yeah, shout out to WBAY. They're the folks that local to Green Bay, but also they were the ones who interviewed me when Wildflower was on the Millie stream, so always shout out to them. But yeah, so I recorded it before GPS, and then I know Johnny had to edit some stuff for Perna, so I don't know if it's coming out later tonight or if it's just coming out tomorrow, and I'm still working on that NFC North skit. I didn't get to finish it before the sun went down, so I was unable to. Light for the fire. Going to my first NFL playoff game tomorrow night. Hoping the Seahawks defense will put a hydraulic press on the Niners once again. I mean, that atmosphere is going to be insane. So, enjoy it. Tribe with a fire. Made you the barbecue straws. Did you try it, and what did you think of it? I tried this because I got multiple things of food. Thank you again for the barbecue sauce. I had the salsa. I have not tried the barbecue sauce simply because I haven't made anything to put it on, but I did taste it after Q&A, and yeah, it like that sweetness to it. Yeah, we're gonna like that. Thank you, Travel Chief. I appreciate the hell out of you. It was I'm excited to actually like eat more of it. Angela, they tour. Bear's not gonna make it. Sincerely, the NFC West. Gas with fire. Never separate a former teacher from his favorite pen. It's true. These are. I still have my. Hold on. Are they in here? Yes. This is my favorite type of red pen. It is a Uniball Signo, because it's like such a fine point. Oh, it's good. It's a good red pen. I thoroughly enjoy that red pen. I do. Super Atira, once you hit 1 million, when do you get the plaque? If I remember correctly from the for this guy, for the silver one, once you hit it, like there becomes an option, and then it takes like, you know, for it to like contact YouTube, and then it takes, I think, like a couple of weeks. So Gabriel says, now with the wild card round being over, and the team has put their fans through the most stress heartbreak this season. I mean, like, those are two different things. I mean, heartbreak, the Packers definitely, I think, could be up there. Stress, the Bills. The Bills have put their fan base through the ringer. The Rams recently have. And then the Bears. I feel like with all those fourth quarter wins, man. Yeah, they've put them through there. Dish, appreciate you. Balls with fire. I don't know if Harbaugh's the answer, but I see the hiring is similar to Peterson in Jacksonville. At worst, it'll be a culture reset. I completely agree. It's very expensive for a culture reset. But again, you're just getting that foundational guy, you know, and I think with a young team, that's how you rock, you know? Tom, thanks for keeping my cat company while I'm at work. He's 14 and gets lonely when I'm at work or running errands. So I started leaving the sagas on for him while I'm gone. I am so happy to be a cat sitter, 100%. Easy to fire. What would it be the ultimate monkey's paw moment? You hit 1 million subs if the Bears win the Super Bowl? Yes. Like, I don't know. 11 years. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Tyler, what happens first? World Peace, GTA 6, or Matt LaFleur negotiations finish? It's so funny because, like, I'm not concerned. Like, whatever happens. Like, I think they're going to come out to a deal. But if we want to be, like, really brutally honest, unless the Packers are planning on moving on from Matt LaFleur, which I don't think they're going to, like, they could be talking about this in past the draft, right? Because he's still under contract. But yeah, I'd assume it's going to happen within the next week or so. I would imagine. Cam, coach question. How come in the Prince, Chama says he's never been to the beach if we find out he was there when Anger was drowned in the push? It's a very good question. It's a very, very good question. Well, let's put it this way. If you go back, because from what I've revealed, if you go back to episode 1 of season 6, this is not something that they are very proud of and usually push down a little bit. So it's not something that is often shared. It is something that causes them deep shame. Deep, deep shame. John Terry, what movie are you excited to watch in 2026? The Odyssey, Project Hail Mary? Definitely The Odyssey, you know, just for the movie-going experience. And then I have to say Dune. I'm very, 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 very excited for Dune. Roll, they fire. Still think your $900 punishment for clickbait should have been to wear a cheese head made out of real cheese. I mean, that would have been a punishment. I mean, the hives would have been real. DJ, hold me in Seattle for 30 and 30. Go Pack! Go Pack, baby. Let's go. Michael to fire. Hey, Tom, happy Friday. What do you miss most about teaching? Oh, it's always it's the students. I mean, that's the reason why you get into teaching, right? I mean, it's you're helping young people grow and learn, right? So it's always going to be those interactions. I usually created a rapport, but also a classroom environment where like we were constantly discussing. So yeah, no, it's always the best part. Sam Darnold being questionable, yeah, but they said that he is very, very likely to play. So I think he's going to be out there tomorrow night. Toby with 8 Tom, hope you're well. Missed your last charity stream where you did a history lesson. So my question for you is, why did some Germans feel threatened by the Weimar culture and social change? Ooh, I mean, that's a little bit of a complicated question. So I also, okay, so the word that you use, threatened, is a very interesting one. And there's a few, like, all right. There's some context with this, right? So, okay, if we're going to talk about the Weimar Republic, we need to go back a little bit. So you talk about imperialism or colonialism part 2, right? So Scramble for Africa, late 1800s, you have the machine gun, you have a bunch of these Western European powers, the United States is getting involved with this, right? Like they're building up their armaments, they're building up their military. This is coming after German reunification, so Otto von Bismarck is there, but then you have a Kaiser who is very much kind of like a war hawk, and there is this growing sentiment, especially because there hasn't been war with other Western European nations for a hot minute. There is kind of this, they're very trigger happy, to kind of like really simplify it, but there's also like growing nationalism, and especially in Germany, there's like this hyper nationalism of like, oh my God, we are the best. You have the Kaiser coming out and saying like, hey, Germany needs to have its time in the sun, et cetera, et cetera. And this is also the kind of messaging that's coming out from their government, right? And it's constantly going out to their people. And I'm going to simplify and like fast forward a lot here. But this happens throughout World War I, right? So if you look at a bunch of Western European countries, like they're, before the war gets like in the trenches and they realize what like total war is, like they're having parades, right? We'll be home by Christmas, they're all gonna win, and there's flowers and like women are crying and are like, this is gonna be so beautiful. There's poetry about all the glory that they're gonna be able to obtain in war. And then that doesn't go that way. World War I is absolutely brutal. The generals don't know what they're doing for a good chunk of it, and that applies to a bunch of different countries. But again, it keeps on being fed to like the normal everyday citizens who are not going off and fighting. Like, hey, like we're doing really well, and on top of that, we're still number one. Blah 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 blah. So then the war happens, and you have the Treaty of Versailles, which basically blames a huge chunk of it on Germany. And the Weimar Republic is a very weak government. And so there's a lot of representation when it comes to the Weimar Republic, but there's a lot of different parties, right? So like there's socialist parties, there are communist parties, there are national socialist parties, and there's a bunch of different groups that are trying to get a bunch of power in their version of parliament, otherwise known as the Reichstag. And so they're constantly vying for power. So you see like a ton of different propaganda that's starting to get pushed, but there's no real clear direction. And on top of that, during this time, you have something called hyperinflation, where it's costing like billions of marks, their currency, to buy a loaf of bread because their currency is worth next to nothing because they're trying to pay off all these foreign debts that they owe to all these countries because of the Treaty of Versailles. And they're trying to like pay it off in bullion, the whole 9 yards. There's a lot more depth that you can go into. But the simplest answer I can give you is that the Weimar Republic is a very weak figurehead. And there's so many different groups that are trying to pull the country in their certain direction. But at the same time, their people are not doing well. And on top of that, it's like, what the hell, man? Like what happened to us being the best? We were supposed to be number one. How the hell did we quote unquote lose this war then? Because it really feels like we lost it. And that's when you start getting like simplistic answers of like, oh, well, let's blame this group and this group and this group. And one of the groups that is constantly blamed, besides like the ones that are going to lead into World War II, is the government itself. It is the Weimar Republic. And so, for example, one of the ways that the Nazis are able to get a bunch of power as they start getting elected into the Reichstag, they just like stop working with other parties. And then they go, look how inefficient the government is. If you vote more of us in, then the government will be more efficient. So, yeah, threatened, I don't know if is like the right word, but like there's like anti-communist stuff, like agendas, there's anti-socialist agenda, like there's propaganda that's going out against every single group for as many groups as there are. So, there's a whole lot of fear mongering that's going on. That's the very simplified version without me teaching like a whole bunch of it, but yeah. So that's it. Special watcher from Germany right now. Hey, what's going on? Tower of the Fire, have you updated your shipping address with YouTube asking for a friend? Oh, that is a good call. Yeah, I'll make sure. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure. Rollins, any thoughts on covering the Brewers next season? I would like to at least do a playoff game. I would 100% like to do a playoff game, but I would like to go to more Brewers games. Wildcat, appreciate that out of you. Ditch and Fire, please do a scripted coaching carousel edition after all the spots are filled. The Ravens firing Harbaugh video had me rolling on the floor laughing. I got you, Ditch. Trust me. I got some ideas. Brandon Fire, deep question. What was the original motivation for starting the channel, and did you ever think it would get this big? I don't know. The Weimar Republic question was pretty deep. Okay, so I mean the original motivation, because I think I put up like a stand-up clip, I think was like the first video I put up that wasn't football related. And then it really was just the NFC Championship game between the Seahawks and the Packers. Like that was that if you were a Packers fan, like during that time, like that legitimately was a franchise altering loss. Like that changed my perception of the Green Bay Packers forever. I can never look at an onside kick ever again, like ever the same, and go, oh yeah, we're definitely going to get this. And look what happened this year. So I thought, like, I sat with it for a couple days because I think it came out on a Tuesday. I sat with it for a couple of days. I was like, man, like if I wasn't a Packers fan, like the amount of things that went wrong, like it would be funny. And so I sat there and I made that, reaction video, and that got like 60,000 views. And then there's Packers fans that were reaching out to me and were like, this is the first time I've laughed in a couple of days. So I thought that was really cool. And then I did a couple more other videos, but then it just became Packcast, where I was just doing stuff off SoundCloud, where I was just interviewing fans every single week. So yeah. And then if it was going to get this big, I knew it could get this big after we hit 100,000. So 5 years in, I thought it could get this big. It was similar to like the donation aspect, right? So in December of 2021, when we raised $51,000 in like 10 hours or 9 hours, whatever it was, I think it was 9, that first major December fundraiser stream, I was like, oh, I can raise $1 million for charity. But I also have a tendency to do this. Like in 2018, I ran my first 5K in May. It was like, I can run a marathon, and then ran the marathon in November. Didn't do it well, but I still ran it. Yeah. So I think like it's crazy because it took 5 years to get to 100,000. And in less than 5 years after that, we're going to hit 1 million. So it's pretty wild to think about. But actually, technically, no, that's wrong. I'm sorry. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. It's almost 6 years because it was September 1st of 2020. We hit 100,000. So then 5 years later would be 2025. So a little over 5 years. We'll hit 1 million. So, yeah. Griffin, they fire. Bears fan, you're the heart of Green Bay. Thanks, Dad. Been a follower since before 100K. Awesome to see a milli. And it's quality when Bears pump the channel. Appreciate you, Griffin. Thank you. I know Bears fans were very happy to stop in last week. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Appreciate the hell out of you. Danny Fire, thank you for being a bright light of good, however chaotic, in a world of darkness. Keep being you and go kick that dark in the fetch. In the fetch. Go, Bo, go. We'll see. We'll see what Bo does. That's it. Zero Fire, you interested in alt history? Trying to write an alt history story about the USA. Love to share it with you. I don't know how plausible it is. I actually had one of... I think it was for my Global 9 honors students. I had their final be an alternate history project. And so they had to pick a topic that we learned about and then like write a plausible alternate history based off of it. It's like not necessarily like my favorite thing, but I think it's good as a teaching tool because it's like if you are able to just back up your statements with evidence, right? Like that's the entire point of writing papers and a thesis statement, what have you. So I thought it was an interesting way to get students to, one, think outside the box, but also back it up with actual evidence. So Smooth Fire, how did the assassination of Franz Ferdinand lead to World War I? I mean, so there's a very famous, there's a lot of these kinds of pictures. Hold on, I'll pull it up from my World War I. Please hold. Please hold. Gotta find this. I gotta download my World War I. All right, what do I call it? WW1, or do I call it? No, I don't want to use your stupid AI tool, Google. This sounds good. Is this it? Dove è tu? Hold on one second. Hold on. I find that this visual makes it a lot easier. Where the hell? Sorry, I'm just like trying to do 18 things. Let me see here. Where are you? That's World War II, Age of Anxiety, World War I. There you are. Okay. Let me see if I can find this real quick. All right, give me 2 seconds. Where are you? All right, let me do this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, mic still works. Okay. Autobahn Bismarck, he knew it. Okay. So this is like, again, without getting like into like way too deep into the weeds, a lot of this stuff that, you know, you potentially learned about in high school or something. But what you go back to Maine, right? Militarism, alliances, imperialism, nationalism. Spend a while on that. But basically, a lot of Western Europe is broken into a bunch of different alliances. And we talk about this in class all the time. The good thing about alliances, right, is it's like a deterrent, right? So if you are constantly getting bullied at school and then you go and make a friend, like, you know, with a 6 foot tall kid, chances are then the bullies aren't going to beat you up because then they are going to have to deal with the 6 foot tall kid, right? The problem is what happens when all these countries, they all start having 6 foot tall kids that are them backing them up. You could take what should be a small skirmish that turns into a much larger battle or a conflict or war, right? So Franz Ferdinand. So first of all, you got what's going on in the Balkans here. You have the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. He goes on a visit with his wife. Gavrilo Princip, he's a 19-year-old who's with a black hand. They attempt to do this assassinate. There's an assassination attempt. They fail for the most part. But Gavrilo Princip, it's a story. I won't get into it right now. But Gavrilo Princip does succeed. He winds up killing the Archduke, right? So that's a whole thing. But anyway, most importantly, okay, so this is like a very expedited timeline. So basically, Austria's super pissed at Serbia, right? Because they're like, whoa, Archduke Franz Ferdinand's killed, right? So Austria-Hungary gives like this ultimatum to Serbia that you know they're not going to accept. That is like absolute, like it has to be in like their textbooks, like about like how bad this was, the whole 9 yards, just like a whole bunch of nationalism that's being forced upon. It was never going to happen. So Austria-Hungary goes like, all right, we're going to go to war with you. Germany is to partner up with them. So Germany's like, all right, well, now we're going to go in with this too. And then you see a bunch of countries start to declare war on one another because they're aligned with each other. So this is the picture that I was trying to find. And again, I'm giving you a very quick overview of this. So this is a big question after World War I, because there's a big like, okay, who the hell do we blame for this, right? And so in this image, right, and again, no, I'm always almost out of storage. It's fine. I just keep on deleting more emails. What you wind up seeing happening is a lot of these countries, because by the end of it, there are millions of people that are dead. There are millions of people that are wounded. Europe is changed forever, right? The world is changed forever. And then it's like, well, how the hell did this happen? And so that's where the blame game starts coming in. So again, just the quick and dirty version of it is Archduke Franz Ferdinand gets assassinated, which leads to Austria-Hungary eventually declaring war on Serbia. And Germany goes, well, we're going to hop on this too. And then Russia's like, well, wait a minute. And then Germany declares war on them. And then they all start declaring war on each other. And you get World War I, the dumbed down version of it. But this is also like why I love World War I so much. Because with World War II, right, there's like this hindsight, and you may have heard of this before, like, you know, maybe if your grandparents were veterans or something like this, or maybe like in a textbook that you read, it's referred to often as like the last good war, right? And there's plenty of historians that will rip that apart for various reasons. But why there is kind of like this Western view of that is because you can point to Nazis and go, Nazis bad, right? And a good amount of people will go, yeah, that's correct. Nazis bad. So it's like there is a clear enemy. World War I, right? The United States gets involved in this war. Like Britain gets involved in this war. And it's something between Austria, Hungary, and Serbia, right? So afterwards, there's like this, what was this all for? And the way that it ends is so anticlimactic as well. It's kind of like, so there's a lot of Western European countries are like, well, We've lost people. We've lost a ton of money. Like, we're in insane amounts of debt. Someone's going to pay us back, right? And let's look to Germany, right? But also that's why, like, Italy gets pissed off. Italy is promised a whole bunch of things after World War I that they never get. And so, like, they get very upset. And then you have a Mussolini who comes in and is just like, hey, you know, strong man, we got taken advantage of, and kind of preys on people's anger. So, yeah. Dak with 820. Tom, it's been a while since I've been here. Just curious, who's your all-time offensive Packers team from QB, RB1, RB wide receiver 1 to tight end? Also, who's coaching them? Lombardi's probably coaching them, right? I think that makes sense. I think you go Bart Starr or you go Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers for the accuracy. Bart Starr, if you were looking to make a deep playoff run, he was insane in the playoffs. Running back, oh, there's a few of them. There's like, I'm going to skip that one. Wide receiver 1 is Don Hudson. It's got to be Don Hudson. Wide receiver 2, you could honestly make an argument for Devontae Adams. I mean, there's a few. Like, I love Jordy, sideline guy. Donald Driver's great. Jennings is great. Devontae might be one of the better ones out of all of them. Sterling Sharp, that's a great pick too. Yeah, that's a really good pick. Tight end, I love Mark Kamara, but I also love Bubba Franks. I do love me some Bubba Franks. Yeah, I love Dorsey Levens. Big Dorsey Levens fan. Alex Oturi, ever think about doing more Buck streams? Yes, I would like to do that. Slim Jim! Boop. Snap into 10. Appreciate you, Slim Jim. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Michael Oturi, I forgot Tom was a teacher. It happens. Enter they fire. What jobs do clickbait members do before YouTube? I was a teacher. Tree, he's talked about waiting tables before. Amon Green's a good one. He was talking about waiting tables before. 5 was in finance, if I'm not mistaken. Scooter has been doing this just like forever, and Perna was an editor before that. So, yeah. Luke, what if the ROC won the Civil War? What if the Qing Dynasty survived? What if the Anglo-Saxons won at Hastings? What if Lusitania got the U.S. into the war? What if the Vikings settled Newfoundland? Yeah, it's about the Vikings. It's about them keeping it, and I think eventually they're probably not going to. Lusitania, I mean, you're just getting involved in the war a little bit earlier, I think. Anglo-Saxons winning at Hastings, that one I don't know. That's an interesting one. The dynasty surviving, here's the thing, is that, so you have like Shi Huangdi, right, who's rocking and rolling. And by rocking and rolling, I mean killing, thousands of his own people to build the Great Wall of China. But he is like, he utilizes fear like really, really well. And he is just brutal, right, in terms of kind of the punishment that is doled out. His son who takes over is basically nothing like his father, but continues to try and act like his father. Like, but he's like not good either. Like, he's providing nothing for the people. So that's when you get, I think that's what the Han Rebellion, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering that correctly, because the Han Dynasty lasts forever. And like that comes from a bunch of like the lower class and stuff, which is really cool. Brown with a fire at Tom Posse. Can't say I'm seeing a play. Just want to say hi. I appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. Go Bills. Brownwood, good luck tomorrow. Goes 37 months. Past month and a half been chaotic. I'm just 3 fries away from my 13-day Walt Disney World vacation. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm 5 weeks. Tuesday will be 5 weeks away from Hawaii. W. They love you, Tom. Thanks for answering my question. Of course. Michael to fire. Content always makes me laugh. Was on tree first, then found you through 5 points, and now I found the curse wheel from GPS. That's it. Forum with Terror. When the Packers lose in devastating fashion, you do a reaction video. How do you have such emotional fortitude to do the video, especially playing the role of the fan of the team that beat you? It's a great question. I mean, honestly, like, for me, it's therapeutic. I mean, like, I will just rant. I will say, like, unfortunately, I am kind of these have happened multiple times, and so I feel like like I said, I've seen this play a few times, so that kind of sucks. But it helps to be able to like vent and like yell and get loud and kind of like let that stuff out. So that's kind of nice. And playing the other fans, man, I mean, like, it's just, especially when it's a divisional rival, it's just like I like to think I know divisional rivals probably the best besides my own team, just because. One, I've talked to so many fans over the years, like in-depth interviews with fans about like their squad and how they feel, but it's also keeping a pulse on the league. But like, there's also like a therapy in that too, because man, like, yeah, it sucks that the Bears won, and it sucked that the Bears, all the stuff after it. But you want to know how you prevent that? You win the football game. So I feel like it helps me get out a lot of venting / frustration, because while there is obvious sadness, especially like I don't get to watch my team anymore this season, so that's always a bummer. And also, of course, like losing to the Bears and the way they lost to the Bears is pretty awful. Yeah, man, it's I'm either gonna sit with it and be sad, or I can get it out, and I find that that's a little bit better. Colin, thank you for the membership. Frank, thoughts on Mike Santana winning the title back last night? I heard they only had 3 wrestling matches. I'm happy for Santana, but I heard very bad things about the show. I did not see it though, so I don't know if I'm just going based off of what I heard. But I heard not such great things. I mean, Frankie with a fire. Oh, yeah, that's I guess. Excuse me. Let's see. Brandon with a fire saying Zendaya and Rob Pat's big year. Both cast in Dune, Odyssey, the drama, of course, Spider-Man, and the new Batman next year. They are dominating this year. Yeah, just a little bit. They're doing the Pedro Pascal run right now. But yeah, it's a big year for the two of them. Alex Stewart Super Bowl prediction. I said before the playoffs started, I said Texans and Rams, so I'm still holding on to it. Have I thought about being on Jeopardy? No, I don't think I'm smart enough to be on Jeopardy, to be honest with you. It's just like there are, especially like pop culture within the last like 5 years or so, I would be completely and totally lost. And it's also like I have my specialties, right? So like I taught global, I taught Euro. It's been a hot minute now, but that's where I have the most experience. So yeah. SSJ with a fire. The Bears season ends Sunday night. It's fine. Great season. They surpassed expectations, but they do beat the Rams. I think Darnold's beatable. Yeah, you don't really worry. The thing you got to worry about is their defense. So with a fire, looking handsome, Mr. Grossi. Thank you. Coffee with a fire. Have you ever thought about doing some college football content? Also, are you a Badgers fan? I went and saw my first Badgers game this past season. It did not go well. And I just don't really watch college football. I only use it to evaluate players for the draft, and that's after the season's over. Jason with A2, what's your favorite Avengers Doomsday teaser? It's cool. The Fantastic Four and the Wakandans like interacting. Yeah. Sean Terry, you're a national treasure. I prefer a regional treasure. Richard to Bronco strategy for tomorrow against the Bills. Try to run the ball consistently. Try. Because that's their weak point, man. You can control the clock. Zero, they tell premise of my scenario is the Mexican-American War is way smaller. Less experienced generals and concentrated industry leads to a swift Union victory, Lincoln survival, and a successful Reconstruction. I mean, so the good thing is you actually have some things to pull from that could influence that. Because at the very beginning of Reconstruction, right, Lincoln's still alive, there are like some pretty big movements that happen, right? You see a lot of more diversity and representation in forms in different branches of the government, which is really nice. You see expanded rights for folks. And so like you start to see like what this could look like. And then Lincoln gets shot and Johnson is a Johnson and just, oh God, you want to talk about useless. And then things fall apart very, very quickly. But if you go and look at like very, very early Reconstruction, you could probably base a lot of your stuff off of that. And you can make like logical connections between what actually happened and the alternate history. That's what I would recommend. So Celia, happy Friday night. Do you have a favorite psychology lesson that you taught in class? Ooh, that is a great question. I'm trying to think about specific lessons, because there were concepts that I really enjoyed teaching. Like I really enjoyed teaching about perception, because you got to think about it too. Like you're teaching a bunch of high school juniors and seniors who have their own perception of the world, right? And to like, you know, it's psychology 101, so we're not going like the deepest, but to like have a bunch of like 17 and 18-year-olds think about themselves in a different light, and also like how they perceive the world and how like they understand the world around them is really fascinating, because there are times this is the first time that they are doing that. And it's one of the reasons why I love history so much, right? Because you get pretty locked in really early on about like what your beliefs are, right? Because a lot of those are going to be like inherited, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think it's important to also be able to form your own opinions, right? And critically think for yourself. And I think that's what history does really darn well, because it is the study of people. And so you are going to encounter things that you disagree with. You are going to encounter things that make you happy, that make you angry. And also being able to objectively look at something and go like, okay, where's the bias in this? Okay, this is the author. Why is the author writing in this tone? Why are they doing this? Who are they trying to convince? Who's the reader? Who is this meant for? Is this a private conversation, or is this something that's being published? And like that kind of stuff, like one, it makes them more knowledgeable and critical thinkers when they're, you know, encountering a document, which is really important, or like reading a news article or something like that. But yeah, like it's the study of people and just how to like argue for yourself and argue based off of evidence, right? And if you want to make a point, you know, like students disagreed all the time in like my classroom, but the important thing is like you back it up, right? If you're just being like, well, you're stupid, well, no, then you lost this argument, right? Because you're not basing it off of evidence, or you're not basing it off of facts. If you're going, I have this belief, right, because of X, Y, and Z, that's when you can actually have like civil discussion and debate, which is super nice. But you know, you could still come to a disagreement, but that's what writing an essay is, right? And that's why like it's never memorization, it's understanding. That's the most important thing about history, because like, yeah, sure, I can have you memorize a whole bunch of dates and times and all that great stuff and all these different leaders. And like for some things, you are going to have to know these people, but you're going to know them because you understand what they're talking about, why they're talking about the things that they're talking about. And yeah, it's I don't know, history's awesome, man. It's a good time. Bisute Fire might be a bit of a confusing question. Was there ever a country that suffered from any of the world wars that weren't directly involved? So are you saying, are there places that were impacted in a negative way, but they didn't fight? You're saying? Because the answer is yes. I mean, there's plenty of places. I mean, like you're going to have, because you also have to think about like where folks are getting their resources from, right? So you are like, here's a complicated one. So there are going to be times where you are talking about imperialism, right? So you're talking about Western European countries. You're talking about the United States is going to come in. There's going to be a few others that are going to come in and they're going to like carve up different countries and be like Scramble for Africa is a great example of this. There are going to be times during wars where Western European folks and like the United States are going to be like, hey, we're going to turn to our colonies and get you to fight our war for us. And the idea that a lot of people had if you were in those colonies were, oh, okay, well then if we do this, right, we'll be like independent at the end of this. And so that's why after World War II, you are going to start to see this massive shift towards decolonization. Because up until World War II, you still have a lot of these major powers that have their hands in other countries and are just stripping them of their resources and their people, etc. And so after World War II, it's kind of like, ugh, well, you know, like we're fighting to, you know, for democracy and like against totalitarianism and all that great stuff. All right, well, we kind of can't have these, it kind of goes against that. And you do start to see also some fights for independence, right? You see this in India that's going to happen. But the problem that a lot, like what the Western European countries, like what their issue with decolonization is that they basically pull out and like there is very little contingency plan of what's supposed to come next. And so because of that, there's a power vacuum that's created, and you see like a lot of infighting that goes on within a lot of these countries, because you got to think about it. You know, some of these countries are there for like decades and decades and decades. So, you know, and then all of a sudden they're gone. Oh, well, now what? You know, and nothing's set up. It's not the greatest thing. So. Easy with a 20. An idea for scripting. Text is when you repeat the end of the Return of the Jedi and have the Strouds throw Darth Patriots into a bottomless chasm. If you don't have one of those, maybe just push him down the stairs. Oh, I got ideas. Yes, I do. Ashley with a 20. It's so tragic. I think people just want to get drunk and forget about World War I. Kind of feel like these days watching the news. So glad for this community. I mean, listen, it's the learning World War I think there is so many important lessons to learn from it. But it's also, it's so relatable. Like, it's so relatable. And I'm not even talking about, you know, political structures or anything like that. Like, I'm talking about regular everyday people. I'm talking about the youth that has no idea what their future is going to look like, because it's a brave new world after World War I, both socially, culturally. You know, you talk about advancements in science that like completely shake the foundation of like what Newton's talking about. You have folks that are going back to philosophy. They are like turning to folks like Nietzsche and like this like self-empowerment, also like, hey, turning away even more from religion. Religious ideals are questioned. I mean, societal ideals are questioned. Like, you talk about women's suffrage, for example. So this is always, so I taught an all-girls Catholic school for 4 years. And so when we talk about women's suffrage, right, it's a really great conversation, because embedded in women's suffrage, right, which is an overall plus because you're having more representation based off your population on, be like, hey, who's voting? There is an underlying kind of assumption, but also / like idea that, hey, men were in charge, men got us involved in World War I. If we allow women to voice their concerns, right, maybe that will like prevent us from getting into another war. And like, that's a pretty popular idea, which you're like, and then it's like, okay, well, the outcome is you have women's suffrage, right? But what is that rooted in also? So yeah, it's just really some super interesting conversations. There's awesome primary sources for that. And women like fought their asses off to get representation. And dude, you talk about freaking picking it up during the World Wars. Holy God. So yeah, there's a lot, man. I mean, history is fascinating. And especially like during that time period, which is not very long ago. Yeah, it's wild. So I rate a 5. Anglo-Saxons win Hastings, we eat cow instead of beef and pig instead of pork. English no is wildly different. If you want to find something, and this is something that's a blind spot for me, 100%, because this is not like my specialty, the history of language and how languages change, fascinating stuff. Like, I could sit here and do a huge lecture on the history of art. And art is, oh man, like it is awesome to see the changes, not only in technique, but also style, who the audience is for, what the subject is. It's awesome. B5, Tom, which team do you think is most likely to win this weekend, excluding the Rams? I'm in the final 10 of my 5,500 my Survivor League. I'd lean Seahawks. That's kind of where I'm at. Is it annoying how the Packers 23 team went further than the Packers 24-25 team? Sheila, that's a great question. I'm more upset about the 24 team than I am the 25 team. The 25 team, like, you don't like these excuses, but like after the Denver game, man, like Zach Tom and Micah Parsons never saw the field again. That's gonna hurt. We already had folks out. But I do think the 24 team improved from the 23 team. That's not even a thought. They did. I literally was talking about this today. In 2023, their passing yards, they were ranked 9th. They were 13th in 2024. That's where they went down in passing defense. Apologies. But run defense went from 28th to 7th, and then points allowed went from 10th to 6th. You talk about their offense. Passing offense stayed the same at 12th. Rushing attack went from 15th to 5th, and points per game went from 12th to 8th. So everything got worse this year except for passing defense. It went up 2 spots. But yeah, I'm more upset about the 24 team rather than the 25. 0 to 5. Aside from the Western powers being racist a-holes, why did Japan flip sides? What if Nicholas II stays in power? Are there ways to send you stuff? Send me stuff? Like, electronically. Just shoot me an email. TomGrossi@gmail. P.O. Box, which I do have 2 packages in the description. Okay, so here's the thing. First of all, Western powers being racist, they can be racist on their own. But, like, that is not the reason why. And if you're talking, are you talking about just talking like going into World War II, like why they're aligning with like Germany and like Italy and stuff like that? So Japan like is getting threatened a good bunch, but also Japan itself is also an imperialist power, right? Like what they do in China, it is a rough time, right? You go back and you can learn the history of China and Japan. Fascinating stuff, both of them, like, because just the way that they view folks and how cultures developed, very, very fascinating stuff. But what winds up happening is like they are constantly like encroaching, and the United States see this and they cut off their oil. So one of the reasons why, Pearl Harbor is happening is because Japan's got to import all of that oil, right? And so they're limited in their scope if they don't have the oil to like, fuel their war efforts. And so Japan sees this as an act of aggression. And that's one of the reasons why the Industrial Revolution is insane in Japan. But that's also one of the reasons why they're going after Pearl Harbor. So, yeah. What if Nicholas II stays in power? That's the thing. It's a great question. That's another one. Oh, man. You want to look at Russian history? Yeah, the Russian Civil War. I mean, I think that unless the way that he stays in power is just an absolute massacre of a significant amount of people. I mean, you already have a ton that died during World War I, man. They got to drop out of World War I. And because they're like, please hold, we're kind of going through some stuff right now. I think that it's not going to last long because, yeah, people are kind of done at this point. I think I know the answer, but why was your thumbnail for this week's clickbait different from everyone else's? I thought it had AI in it, and I wasn't 100% sure, and it was 5 minutes before, so I just made my own. Ether, do you think his react videos is acting? No, I do not. Room with a fire. First half marathon tomorrow. Let's go! Cousin's doing his first full marathon, and his wife is doing a 10K. Let's freaking frack and go, baby. Let's go, let's go! Crush it. Run those 13 miles. Get it. Your knees might say ow, but get it. Adam with a fire. Looking forward with the Packers losing their last 5. How concerned are you they might lose their first 5 in the upcoming year? Give it a percent chance. I think there is 0. Yeah, no. There's hold on one second, Johnny. We're getting the Packers video in the morning. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. If we have Micah Parsons back week 2, you know what I mean? Like, also we need to see what the schedule is. I don't think there's any correlation whatsoever, especially the Vikings game. I put no stock in that. Frankie Fire, we have an idea of how the world would have fared had Germany won World War II, but how the world have fared had Japan won. Well, I mean, you're talking about one and the same, right? If they're the same power. So the question is, like, do they eventually just turn on one another? Like, that's kind of the biggest question, I would say. They're definitely going to keep holdings in China, 1 kajillion %. Yeah, and then I imagine maybe they start to spread to some other islands and stuff, or try to go to some other countries that, unless the Germans were pissed off and saying, hey, I don't know. Kyle, they fire. Attitude is the difference between adventure and ordeal. It is very true. It is very, very true. Alex O'Toole, you ever read about the Sobibor Uprising? This specific one? Was it in Poland? I don't know if I know about this exact one, because I've taught about specific uprisings in the concentration camps. I don't know if I've done this one, to be honest with you. I don't think I taught about this one in particular. Because again, I mean, one, there are multiple uprisings. The one thing that I talk about with Poland a bunch. Hold on. It's this book. I've recommended it before. Give me 1 second. Un momento, per favore. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. Let me make sure this is the right author. Okay. There's a book called Neighbors. 39% like this book. It's a pretty controversial book. They did not like it in Poland at all. And I read it in college. And basically it tells the story about how one night you see a whole bunch of Polish folks just get up and absolutely massacre their Jewish residents. And it wasn't because the Nazis told them to do it. It wasn't because they were like, oh, you have to go and like kill it. And so it leads to some very interesting conversations about like anti-Semitism, because that's another lesson I taught. If you want to go back to the roots of anti-Semitism and like go back to like the origin of like, because that's usually a question from high schoolers. They're like, why Jewish people of all people, right? And you can go through the history. I mean, you could go back to the Crusades and you go to the Peasants' Crusades. So technically it's before the First Crusade. The peasants who are so inspired, right? Pope Urban II, has that call for a crusade. And it takes a really long time to get an army together, like a really long time. And it's like a year to get ready, because you have to think about it too. It's not like, oh, everyone has a standing army. It's like all these different manors and these estates, and they're like loaning all of these knights. And it's really not like this like big country coming together. It's a bunch of different groups that are coming together. So it takes a long time for them to get an actual military together. That's why, here's just a fun fact, one of the most important things that has ever happened in like modern-ish history was the use of standing armies. And that's why taxes like start to become such a major thing, because when there is like military strife, what have you, for a good long while, especially during like the Middle Ages and stuff like that, there were not those standing armies. You had that beforehand, like, Rome and stuff like that. But talking about like these Western European powers, eventually they start using taxes to pay a military so that they can constantly have an army on standby should they need it if they're invaded, etc. But the point that I was trying to make before that was with the anti-Semitism. So in the Peasants' Crusade, there are a bunch of peasants that leave before the main army, and they're like, you know what, guys? Let's go to Jerusalem. We've never been before. And they massacre like thousands of Jews along the way. Like unarmed folk, like they just go, and because there is like such a, the other. So there's an interesting history about that. They wind up getting completely and totally massacred. And then there's an argument between historians about if that, if like the Christian army was able to succeed because like the guard was down, because they're like, oh, this is your army, it's these peasants. But you could debate about that. BXM with a saying, Tom, any thoughts on who would be the best fit for the Eagles OC job? Have a great night. I mean, the best one would be Mike McDaniel. That'd be really, really nice. I think there's folks who are interviewing him for a head coaching gig though. So yeah, I don't know if you're gonna have him, but yeah, honestly, like I gotta think that there's just gonna be improvement just from not having Kevin Patullo. Yeah. John Fire, sorry, Tom, Irish and Western Euro. How do you explain that? What do you mean? How do I explain that? What do you mean? Are you talking about like using the euro, like the currency, like that one? Don't super chat. Just asking for clarification. Hockey with a 10. I found your YouTube doppelganger. It's Adam from the PR Review channel. Also can't wait for watching this games with you this weekend. I don't know what that is, but I hope you have nice hair. Rather than fire, after initial knee-jerk reaction of wanting LaFleur gone, I've come back to reality. Should we worry a deal isn't done yet? And look at that. Look at that. Yeah, and that's the thing, folks. Like, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I don't care who the coach of the Green Bay Packers is. I want the Packers to win, right? And whoever gives the Packers the best chance to do that, that's good by me. So with LaFleur, no, I would not be concerned a deal is not done yet. Again, I recorded a 30-minute video, which will be out tomorrow, that explains a lot of my thoughts on this. But in my humble opinion, I think while I have criticized LaFleur over the years, 49ers divisional game, etc., many times, special teams, keeping Rich Bisaccia, the usual stuff. Anyway, I think the overall, like, this team is going to be better next year because of just getting healthier. Hopefully they can stay healthy. That's a different department. But I think that they're going to be better because they're going to be healthier, which means that they're going to be better. So I feel like if you are to bring in a coach, let's just say things fall through with the Giants, right? You go and get John Harbaugh. I don't think Harbaugh would do a great job if you're worrying about finishing games because he has a whole bunch of blown fourth quarters, but that's neither here nor there. But let's just say you go and get John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh now needs to implement his system. And if you recall, the last time the Packers got a head coach, it was when Mike McCarthy got fired, right? After that Cardinals game. And they bring in Matt LaFleur, right? This young guy, he's never been a coach before. And the first year with Rodgers, while they do go to the NFC Championship game, they get destroyed by the 49ers. They get run all over. That's why I really wanted Patrick Queen in the draft. But the other thing is that they are still utilizing Mike McCarthy's playbook, right? It's really not until after the Packers draft Jordan Love that Aaron Rodgers starts to buy in a little bit more to Matt LaFleur's actual system, and it starts moving away from the McCarthy playbook. And look at that. He wins MVP, right? Back-to-back years. So I think he is a good coach. But the point that I'm making is, okay, you bring in any coach you want, right? Any coach that's available, Harbaugh, McDaniel, Stefanski, I don't care, whatever. You bring in any coach. They are not going to be able to implement their playbook on day one in one offseason. And I feel like in this 2-year window that the Packers have before some of these contracts have to be restructured, guys are not going to be on the team, etc. It feels like, and this could be where we disagree, I feel like this team has a Super Bowl roster when they're healthy. They are not a perfect roster. Their pass rush will be good. LVN, if he's able to continue going, I like that. They need to fix their corners. They need to get O-line depth. There are definite holes there. But I feel like this is a team that can be contending for a Super Bowl, and especially within the next 2 years, I don't want to waste the time to be like, okay, let's bring in a head coach who you hope is going to be better, who's going to take at least a full season to implement that playbook. And by that time, and if you're getting a new defensive coordinator too, yeah, I don't know, man. I think that they have the roster to do it. So they improved in the division. You want to see that this year. It's disappointing they got the 7th seed again. Injuries did play a factor. And even with the injuries, man, they should have won that Bears game because they were up 21-3. There's no excuse for that. And that is a concern. And so that's why if things don't work out, I'm going to be like, all right, I get it, right? Because that's a horrible loss. But yeah, based on who's available right now and just that uncertainty, this is the roster that Goody and LaFleur put together. You had multiple players, including Parsons and Love, speak out for Matt LaFleur. Yeah, I don't know if I change that right now while you're in the Super Bowl window. If you're rebuilding, I feel like it's a different scenario. But yeah, I mean, again, but you also Matt LaFleur, criticize the crap out of him, man. The chokes are not good. On top of that, he is also responsible for the coaching personnel on this team. The fact that Rich Bisaccia is still there. Again, I did a whole video today on this. They are tied for 22nd in kick return yards. They're averaging 25.2 yards per kickoff return, which means they're starting around the 25 every single time that it's not a touchback. So they suck there. And then in punt return yards, and I'll give Bisaccia credit, right? Dan Whelan, phenomenal punter, one of the best in the NFL. Their punt return yards, dead last. They are averaging 5.6 yards per return. 5.6, because we're just throwing wide receivers back there. So, dead last. 32nd in the league. So, in my opinion, that's not acceptable, and you have to make a change. But Dan Whelan kneeling forever. For a fact, you go over the Pope's 60-year self-imprisonment, how it led to Vatican City being created because of Mussolini. So, again, those are two separate things. Oh God, the history of the papacy, when there's 3 popes at the same time and they started calling each other the anti-pope and the antichrist. Oh my God, it's such fascinating history that you have the papacy move to Avignon in France. That's a phenomenal one. I'll give you the Mussolini one. So for Mussolini, one of the things that he does really well is propaganda, right? What you see a lot of these totalitarian leaders do. They do propaganda very, very well. And I thought this is long before Trump, and this is long before they use the slogan, not verbatim, but it's basically make Rome great again. And a lot of the propaganda that's created is Mussolini standing in front of the Colosseum, right? And trying to like harken back the glory days of Rome. And it was like, man, remember back in the Roman Empire, which none of these people do because that was a very long time ago. But the look, we were dominant. We were the strongest empire in the world. We had all this land. We should go back to that. Well, like, when we were greatness. And him working with the papacy, winds up helping the papacy, but it also kind of gets like the religious. There's going to be a few more supporters now because it's like, oh, okay, right? Like, religion and leadership go hand in hand. I can support this person. There are rifts that are then going to occur in Italy, but also with a lot of totalitarian leaders, religion becomes a bit of an issue. So you have to be very careful by making that generalization because in a bunch of places, right, you're going to have that ideology, whether it's like Nazi ideology, what have you, replace the idea of religion. Because if you are subservient to like an otherworldly god or a deity, right? Or like religious leaders, well, then you're not all in on the country or the state. And so you see some friction and some conflict. And that's, again, like that's another one where you look at the rise of the church and like the height of their power and just like how much influence they had. And then as you start to see like more nationalism and more like unification for like and consolidation of being like one central government, per country, fighting for the idea of country, fighting for like the government or a king, that creates a whole lot of conflict. I mean, look at England, right? So King Henry VIII, like that's he wants to get a divorce. And there's a lot of politics that are in there. And he's like, all right, screw it, man. Like, rock out my own thing. Rock out my own religion. So, yeah, it's fascinating to see those conflicts play out because it's basically just trying to get loyalty from the people. And during the Middle Ages, right, there is no real consolidation of power except for the church because the church is like the constant in Western Europe. And it's all over the place. Vehicle to fire. Off topic with genuine question. You ever get tired of answering the same questions and comments over and over again? Saw it a lot this past weekend. Oh, vehicle. You see it every single year. Not really. I mean, because one, I can't blame them if they're just coming into the chat, right? So maybe they tuned in a bit late. But also, man, like, I was a high school teacher. I'd be like, and this happened in 1912. And literally 90 seconds later, what year did this happen in? So... You know, out of fire. By the way, how the salsa taste? Yes, I am a fan. Thank you again very much. I need good news after the Packers lost. Just wish they would have had short passes instead of run passes. Go Pack, go. But yes, it was very good, Alan. Greatly appreciate you. I had some with some chips the other day. For pause fire for the Lord, scripted. What teams do you want to win this weekend? Not who do you think will win? What's better for scripted? I think it's either one would be fine. If it's Seahawks Rams, I think that would be fine. If the Bears win for scripted, it works out. I really don't want the Bears to win, but if the Bears win for scripted, we can make that work. The best Super Bowl possible, honestly, would be like the Strouds and the Bears. But yeah, Strouds Patriots, I'm honestly fine with either one because I have ways to go. Whoever wins. So. Yeah, about that one. Food, Dak, I play out with my friends outside? Sure. Just make sure, stay safe. Zero, they fire. Love to email you my whole history stuff. Nicholas II may survive it because there's no Russo-Japanese war and the World War I effort is much more successful. Rock out. It might take a while to get there, but. Ayuma, yeah, I didn't like the third Avatar. It was my least favorite of the trilogy. It just. Villain was dope. Original Fire. One of America's biggest mistakes was not sending the Confederates to Europe after they lost the war. Well, it's also like there are, and this is why history's fascinating, right? There are conflicting ideologies about what you do to the Confederacy after the Civil War. And there are folks who are like, we need to punish these people and like come down hard on these people. And then there's some that are like, no, we got to be more lenient. And obviously like Reconstruction as a whole doesn't really work out so well. But yeah, man, I mean, like there's systems that are not put in check. There are systems that run rampant and are not like and it's just they're deep rooted. And if you don't have like actual leadership and also like plans of action, things are gonna fall back to the way they are like real quick. Rest you're gonna open fan mail this stream. Yes, I have 2 packages. Yes, I will. Good to fire time. Recommend watching His and Hers. It's really good. Only 6 episodes. You can probably watch it in a day. What is that? What is it about? Big boy birthday 25. A lot of time. These are Grossi Posse. What kind of content do you make when the football season's over? And if you do live streams, what kind of live streams? Big boy, appreciate you. Welcome. Well, we do Friday night Q&A just about every single Friday. That'll change a little bit in like the first like couple months just because I'm going to go on some trips. But yeah, I mean, since August of 2019, I have not missed a day uploading Monday through Friday. That will change though after we hit a milli. But yeah, so we still do like free agency stuff. Then we have the draft, and that goes until like mid-May in terms of content. And then June, I'm going to do 30 and 30 again. So we'll raise a bunch of money for St. Jude. And then a week after the Super Bowl, we're also going to do the milli stream to raise $1 million for charity. So yes, that kind of stuff. And Coach will be done. Anime with a tenor. Top great NHL game last night. Oh, I didn't see it. U.S. broadcaster insufferable. Want to look for streamers like yourself for play-by-play, but problem is YouTube's algorithm sucks. Any search suggestions? Type in the name of the game. So if it's like, I don't know, Rangers versus Kraken, type that in the search bar, filter it by live, and then filter it by view count, scroll all the way down, and then start clicking up and see who's actually live and see if you can find someone like that. But I always start with smaller creators and see if it's someone you vibe with. Incredible to Fire. Just rewatch Man the Iron Mask. The Iron Mask. Yeah, with Leo DiCaprio. Childhood favorite of mine. How would you compare Louis XIV rule to now? It depends. I mean Louis XIV, you know, that man is a monarch for a very, very long time. But he's another one. Like, that doesn't happen overnight. That doesn't happen just because of Louis XIV. There is such a consolidation of power that happens in France before him. And Cardinal Richelieu is like one of the big reasons why. Like, he is probably one of the most important figures, you know, in like that pre-revolutionary France history in terms of just like major impact on the country as it's like as a whole. Because, you know, he works with the monarch, especially when the monarch is not very capable. And then when Louis XIII is out, like Louis XIV is very young, and Richelieu kind of takes on the burden of like being that ruler, even though he's not technically a monarch. But yeah, he consolidates a ton of power. So like, I understand like some of the things that you could say like with Versailles and stuff. And while obviously the gap between rich and poor is growing ever so fast, like it does in almost every single empire / country throughout history, and we just never learn the lesson. But it's fine. We don't need to learn history. There is such a difference between the level of poverty that exists in France that exists here. And that is not to wave my hand and go, poverty's fine here. It is not, obviously. However, I mean, just what the diet is, I mean, dude, like, you're lucky to buy like a piece of fabric. Like, you get a shirt, you know, and maybe you get a second shirt, and there's not many shirts you're gonna get in your lifetime. Like, it is depressingly bad. You know, like, people are pushed to their literal breaking point. So there's a significant difference with that. But in terms of the I would say attitude of the ruling class towards people, you can see some similarities there. That one I could see. John Defy, relation to imperialism and say slavery in Irish history. So, okay, so you talking about Western Europeans' relationship to Ireland? Like, and how, like, for example, like with Britain and stuff? Because, I mean, the English, right? Like, that's why Ireland, you know, if you go to, oh my God, hold on. I was in Ireland in 2016. Oh my God, what's the city's name? Hold on. This is gonna bother me so much. Hold on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is minute 69. Nice. Derry. Okay, Derry. Right? And the reason of like, hey, don't call it Londonderry. There are obviously some, as England expands, and like there is a very complicated history, especially when it comes to religion. And this has to go with like Scotland, Ireland, and also Britain. It's fascinating because while you see things like decolonization, you also are going to have the Irish who are going to be like, hey, why are you still here? Right? And that is always going to create a ton of tension between the two. So, I mean, in relation, there's Irish history is super duper rich. We talk about it a lot in relation to like imperialism and how things exist today and why things exist the way they do. But I will be honest, like in terms of like the depths of the Irish history, that's probably a blind spot for me. It's more of just like how Britain views Ireland and why it thinks it has a right to stay there, if that makes sense. So England's dress rehearsal for the British Empire. Yeah, that's a good way for your professor to pull it off. Yeah. English history is mind-boggling confusing. It's fascinating. Salmon to Fiverr. Tom, have you heard of Montessori teaching? Yes. And you think that could help the American public education system? Yes and no. Little complicated. But I really like the idea of Montessori teaching. But this is also why... Okay, let me explain education. the wonderful world of education. A lot of times what happens in education is there are policies that are set by policymakers who, if teachers are lucky, they were in a classroom once, right? Please God, if they're a former teacher, so that they have at least some experience of what goes on within a classroom. But a lot of times what happens at the federal level, state level, etc., and you could get into local level, especially now too, as things have gotten more politicized and like, you have school boards. That's a different thing for a different day. But what usually happens is there will be like some buzzword that someone comes up with and is like, oh man, this is the next big thing in education. And it gets implemented, whether it is federally, whether it's by the state, whether locally, whatever it is. And then teachers are like, okay, well, like, how do we actually implement this? And sometimes you'll have professional development. Sometimes you'll have PD on how to do that. But it also depends on your administration and how much they actually understand it and if they are coming from the classroom. So it's a complicated question because in theory, there are a lot of different educational tools, methodologies that you can use. And it could be really beneficial for students and it can just make a classroom run really well. However, I have also seen where folks have taken like a teaching method and go, oh, project-based learning. Great example. Project-based learning can be fantastic. I have utilized project-based learning many, many times as a teacher. But there will be folks who go, well, now everything is project-based learning. Well, there are limitations on that. There are reasons why we do things that are outside of project-based learning, whether it's just for exposure to different types of educational methods, and also there are some blind spots in project-based teaching. So with Montessori, it's like, again, I love the idea in practice, and I've worked with Montessori schools when we were doing magnet grants because some of them were for Montessori, and I really liked them. I actually really enjoyed reading their PD. It was pretty cool. But then I've also encountered schools where it's based on the administration and who the leadership in the school is, and it's not really so good. I like Montessori, especially for like younger kids too, because I think especially when they're super duper young, like you have the structure and like the social element, which is very important. But I feel like the testing has gotten like a lot, and like I don't know, I think there should still be some room for kids to be kids. So I like that idea. But yeah, in theory, I really like Montessori. It's pretty cool. Could it help the American education system? There's a lot of things that could help the American education system, like not getting rid of the Department of Education would be a good one to start, but we don't set the rules. So I feel like there are plenty of things that could help the American education system. The problem is that you have such a differentiation of instruction even within your own school, right? So let's say you're a 10th grader and you're going to take Global 10. Okay, well, if you have this teacher A, right? It's going to be a great year. You're going to learn how to write better, critically think, use these resources, what have you. You get teacher B and teacher B is not so good, you're going to get a different quality of education. And so it is so, unfortunately, incredibly subjective based on the school, based on the district, based on the area that you're in. It is radically different, and that's why having a common standard, it's really good to have certain learning standards of hey, this is where we should be. But man, I mean, you just go state to state, and the quality of education is radically different. So it's there's really a not one size fits all for education. Depressor, yes I will open fan mail today. Yes. Frankie, if they fire thoughts on Powerhouse Hobbs maybe coming to WWE. What would be his first feud? Ooh, that's a good question. Because you don't want to bury him right away, right? Because you don't want to bury him at all. I actually met Powerhouse Hobbs at all, and he was very nice. I wish him well. I feel because him and Braun that'd be a lot of fun. But I feel you could throw him in even as a US an US Open Challenge guy, and that's how he can debut and just have a close loss. I think that'd be solid. But they fire our dog Pickles just had a dental and is a lot of pain. He's currently at home listening to while we're at dinner, so he doesn't feel alone. Pickles, we're gonna get through this together. We're gonna do this. Godzilla to fire Tom. I hope Pickles feels better too, because teeth is no fun. Teeth is no fun. Oh, hold on a second. I went away. Please hold. Sorry, we're gonna find it. Find it. Jess with a fire. Sorry, I missed this. Heard of Ira Aldridge. I read about him today. African-American 1807, moved to Europe, became a famous Shakespearean actor. That's pretty damn awesome. I don't know if I've heard that name before. Because that story sounds familiar, but the name doesn't. I appreciate the fun fact. D-back saying, if the Zimmerman telegram wasn't intercepted, what are the chances it would work to convince Mexico to join the Central Powers? I mean, there are folks who will call the Go conspiracy and say the Zimmerman telegram's fake, and it's just an incentive for to sway public opinion to get into the war. That's always a fun one to talk about. But yeah, I don't know. It's because you got to think about how enticing that's actually going to be for Mexico. Yeah, I don't really know how much they're going to be swayed to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I like to think not very. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Football season's over. Yes. Hockey. Yes. Montessori. Yes, I will open fan mail. Yes, Powerhouse Hobbs. Pickles. Okay, there we go. Godzilla saying, Tom, hope you had a good week. Question 2 is, how many notebooks do you go through every season? I used to go through a lot more. I used to go through one every season and a half. But then I stopped writing scripted in here. So I just have a pile of scripts that are literally sitting over there. And I don't write coach in the notebooks anymore because it was just, I was writing through them too fast. So I just use that for loose leaf now. So this now, it really is only power, and I barely write power rankings in here anymore. It's really just for predictions and post game. This was from I started this August 18th, 2023. And I wrote it down, and we had 661,000 subs in August of 2023. And here we are. Ryan to our Curse of Mason Crosby. It's real. Original fire. Now, hear me out next season. We need a chaotic goodwill to bless teams. The Ying to Perna is Yang. Write it down. Write it down! Welcome on, they fire Tom. I haven't seen the schedule this week. I love the content. I was just wondering what time the Packers play. Yeah, I still am wondering too. Maybe they haven't released the schedule yet. Maybe not. Mike, appreciate you. Joaquin to fire Tom. Sorry, Tom. It's time for your team to be the coaching carousel. It's been void long enough. Please no. Paul says, coming up on 4 years part of this community. Been watching since 211,000 subs. It's absolutely incredible to see the evolution of chaotic good. Paul, appreciate you. It's the only thing that matters, my friend. Lost to tour. Bill Seahawks calling it now. Alex, a tour where we see more Tolman coach. Yes. Yes. Late for the tour. Top 5 biggest mistakes in history since 1900. What history? World history? European history? American history? Because there's a lot that you could do with that. I mean, how post World War I was handled, I feel like has to be up there. There's plenty of historians that just call it a 30 years war, not to be confused with a 30 years war. But yeah, that's got to be one of them, man. That's a pretty large one. Nuclear weapons. I think that probably is a net negative for humanity. I feel like that's not great. Here's a really good one, but it has had really negative effects. The invention of plastic has revolutionized this planet and made things more affordable. You could now have even more mass manufacturing, which is great, but also microplastics. So that's on there. Joey with a fire. That didn't get too political. Does your experience with teaching history make you nervous about how current events have been unfolding? Sure. I mean, I think that learning more history makes you more nervous because, like, history is an awesome thing. I love learning about history, but you also learn about, like, the depravities of, like, people, and, like, people can, like, be awful. Like, the worst of the absolute worst, and the things that we do to each other are unspeakably cruel, right? Like, it has gone on forever. And that is like oh God, this is pretty bleak. I mean, like, there are, and like what we're talking about, we were mentioning like World War One, World War Two. You talk about like, you're sitting there and you're talking about the Congolese massacre, where you're having 10 million Congolese murdered, right? Under the ruling of King Leopold to get a whole bunch of resources, saying that they were going to go educate the Congolese, right? White man's burden, going to go in and educate them. Yeah, and then they just killed them and robbed them of their resources and chopped off arms and had quota. And it was like, it's horrific stuff. And you have to teach this stuff because it's important to talk about it. But it's also like, it's very easy to go, wow, this is incredibly depressing. Like, this is incredibly bleak. Like, how do you come out from that? And, especially when you get into World War I, bleak. Post-World War I, bleak. World War II, bleak. You talk about genocides, bleak. And you see the worst of humanity, but, like, then there's people that do, like, really amazing things for people. And I feel like that you pray that you learn the lessons. It's very frustrating as a teacher and a historian to, like, look at it and go, man, we have not learned a lot of lessons. But yeah, I mean, like, history is also full of, like, fantastic moments where people are larger than themselves and have, like, a profound impact on, like, generations of people. So, yeah, it's a time. It's a time, man. But yeah, of course you're worried. Of course. Pack with a tour, trade MLF, promote Halfley to head coach. He doesn't have any head coaching experience. I mean, so we'll jump right in. Danger tour, I was told to call legendary. Ken, thank you for the $1. Ryan with a fire is a Euro history major, tuned in right at the right time. Just checking to say thanks for the MP LPS fundraising. Time to monitor Whipple streams. Let's go ahead. Stay safe. Little if I were fair to say that Reconstruction to fully implement was a proto-Marshall Plan. Ooh. That's a really great question. That's a, you know what that is, little Siggy? That is a great thematic essay question. I think you can make similarities. Yeah. In terms of like the investments that are made and some of the reasoning as to why. Yeah, I think you got enough. I think there's enough evidence to support that. Yeah. That's a great question. MG to Fire, literally just explained the teaching experience to my wife, almost word for word what you said. Glad to know this is a universal teacher experience. Man, like it's so frustrating, man. I mean, I'm glad to have the experience that I did teaching in radically different places to get an idea and also see like the similarities. I've taught in affluent areas. I've taught in impoverished areas. I've taught in where tuition, it's a private school and it costs a whole bunch of money to go. I've taught in public school. I've taught in alternative school. You know, it is, there really is some universal or are universal experiences that teachers go through. And man, like every single one of them will tell you, like, if you have a good admin, people will then be like, all right, I'm never leaving. I am going to retire here. So, yeah. Right, there you go. What up, Fennec? For the kitty. Mr. Thomas, just watch Secret Agent in theaters. It was shot in my city, my dad's hometown. Plus, Wagner Moore is fantastic. The Secret Agent. I don't even know if I know about that one. That's pretty cool. Shot in your own hometown? Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Appreciate you. Shout out with a Fire 49ers fan here. I would love to see my team win it all. If that doesn't happen, I'd like to see Bills or Texans win a ring. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Animated Fire. Fun fact, K through 12, none of my science classes actually said what the C is in E equals MC squared meant or why it was important because it was knock-on questions. Yeah. Yeah, you have that too. Jax, appreciate you. Brad, they fire time. I must say, I do love all your NFL content, but the highlight of 25, at least for me, was when you did the Mariners playoff game. Let's go, Bills. I committed to the bit, and sometimes those are the consequences of committing to the bit. Vehicle fire time. How can you remember so much about football and history? I can barely remember what I had for breakfast. It depends. I mean, a lot of it's experience too, right? And I talk to teachers about this too, because there is when you first start teaching, like you have your college experience and right what you learned in college, but that's also going to be radically different potentially for what you are teaching, you know, to high schoolers or middle schoolers. And so like when it comes to content, you're kind of refreshing yourself, right? And it sometimes is like learning it for the first time yourself because depending on the teacher you had. So I'll give you an example, like AP Euro, when I accepted that to go teach that class, I was like, oh man, like I have imposter syndrome, like nobody's business. I never taught this before. And the level of depth, I never took AP Euro. I took obviously like college classes and, you know, I did medieval Europe, I did modern Europe, but it's also a specific curriculum to take a standardized test at the end that is issued by College Board. And so like there's the skill element and like that building up of, okay, sitting for a 4-hour test for sophomores who've never had that experience before, writing thematic essays because I don't know who their teachers were before them, writing DBQs because I don't know who their teachers were before this class. So yeah, it's interesting, but like you learn about it more and more, and like the more that you teach it, the more you learn about it, and then you can kind of jump into, okay, let me dig into some more nuances now that I have an understanding of this material. Let me dive a little bit deeper, one for yourself, for your own mastery of the content, but then also like that leads to some really cool experiences in the classroom, you know, when there's certain questions. Like there was one of my colleagues, he taught AP Euro as well, and he had a very different teaching style than I did. He was very collegiate in terms of like, it was purely lecture based. There was no like written notes, like, you know, PowerPoint or on the board. It was very college-esque. And I didn't have that for the sophomores because like this is our first AP class and like AP Euro is a tough class. So again, we taught differently. He was a very good teacher, but he knew so many things because he had taught it for so long. So he's talking about, you know, Zeppelins being used, you know, using rationing sausage, you know, during, I think it was World War I, is like rationing sausage, you know, so that they can build like the casings. of the Zeppelins and that pissing people off. And depending on what I'm reading, I'm not going to get that. So you can kind of get those in-depth things and bring them up in class. And it just reinforces because then students will remember that and tie it to the material. So, yeah. Mel at a 10er. Oh, hold on 1 second, Mel. Sorry. I have to go back here. So how do I remember it? It's just experience at this point. Nathan Tour. John Harbaugh contract delay is crazy. I wouldn't worry about it. Catify. Not to get too nerdy, what are your thoughts on the dialectical materialism, the Marxist reading of history? I don't think that's nerdy. I think that's fun. Because that's the thing too. You have to talk about Marxism, right? Marxism is a huge foundation for a lot of societal movements. So I think when you broach any philosophy, ideology, that's good. Ideology, and or religion. So example, I taught in all-girls Catholic school. So it was a Catholic school for 4 years. And I taught about every single world religion that was in the curriculum and then sometimes went above and beyond. And when you approach that kind of material with an objective lens, I think that's how it should be taught, because then it teaches students to be objective and try and contain their own, preconceived notions and biases. So it's the same thing with Marxism, man. If there's things I agree upon, cool. If there's things I disagree upon, cool. But I'm teaching it of here's the ideology, right? Here's how it's impacting society. Here's why it resonated with people. Here's why people hated it. So yeah, there's definitely some awesome parts of it. Then there's parts where they are going to get contorted and people are going to utilize that to hurt a bunch of people because they are not going to be doing it for the people. They're going to be doing it to consolidate power. And that's that fine line, right, of it being distorted throughout history. But yeah, there are very few places that have actually, implemented it, especially on a big scale. So, yeah. Genie with a 2 are saying, history is a study of man's inhumanity to man. 2+, Guar released to cover Pink Pony Club. Yes, it is fantastic. Who will think about the billionaires? Who will? Dominator saying, as someone with a history degree, do you learn the world is more effed up than you expect? Also, go Bills. Hope I can drink Perna's tears tomorrow. Hey, good luck. Yeah, you learn about the worst way that people hurt people, kill people. It's horrific stuff, man. History, there is, I use the word bleak, but it gets real bad. Real bad. So, yeah. But then there are times where there's a breaking of that, right? There's a before and after that. And I think that gives you a little bit of hope that there are so many things throughout history, regardless of how long they endure, a lot of things fall. So it might take a really long time, but it teaches you also to look at time and history a little bit different, and dude, I've been on this planet 35 years and it feels like a lot of things have happened, right? 35 years is nothing compared to just human history. So yeah, it's wild. Tara was saying with a fire, what time are you streaming this weekend? Yes, I stream every playoff game after work. I'm not sure what time the games are. Tomorrow, I think it's 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, is the first one. 3:30 p.m. Central. Is it Central? Yeah, in Central. So 4:30 Eastern is the first game, and then it's 8 o'clock Eastern for the night game. So I'll be live probably around 3:15 Central Time. And then it starts at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern, the Sunday games, and it's an early one for the night game. It's at 6:30. So we're getting there. Bit by bit, but we'll stream it all. Pat, 3 years! Time flies when you're spending time with the Grossi Bossy. Question for you. What are your top 3 anticipated movies of 2025? 2026, I'm assuming. Dune, 100%. Gotta be numero uno. Yeah, Dune is definitely number 1. Trying to think. Doomsday, yeah, is up there. Again, I'm cautiously optimistic about it. And then probably Odyssey. Yeah. Pedro Ventura taught public school 9 years, and yup. Yup. All right, real quick. I'm just going to grab another water, then I'm going to open mail. I'll get through the rest of these super chats. Give me 2 seconds. I just down this very quickly. I'll be right back. We're going to be going for a while. Sorry, I wasn't shutting up, so I got parched. Sarah with a fire. Yay, I did miss Q&A this week. My question is, you see any cool birds this week? If so, what were they? If not, favorite common bird in Wisconsin? I feel like I don't know the enough birds in Wisconsin, only being here for a few months. But I will say, we have at least 2 owls that hang out in our backyard at night. It's awesome, man. Like just sitting on the couch and you hear them, and it's just... That's pretty damn cool. And I saw a cardinal the other day while I was scooping dog poop. And I was like, aw, Grandpa Cardinal. So that was nice. Dara was saying, so no to hibernation after Super Bowl? There will be hibernation. It'll be after we raise $1 million. And then there will be hibernation. There will be hibernation. Yes. Saying what they find. Tomlin cheated on his wife? I don't know if that's true. Let's see. I know what you're talking about because I saw it run by on my... It's a rumor right now, and it's coming from Sportscasting and Sandra Rose and Facebook. So if we're looking at, right, who's the author? I don't know if I'm putting a ton of stock in that just yet. Melwood at Tara. Tom, I think Americans would like exposure to global issues, someone shielded from the cruelty happening outside the U.S., so that when similar events occur domestically, it comes as a shock. I understand the question. I'm trying to think. I don't know if like that's the reason, but I mean, there's a few things. Sure, I think that there is a lack of awareness. And it's just even awareness, right? Not to be in depth, but like an awareness of like what's going on outside of, I'm just going to say your bubble. And I figure that will suffice. But I think that has just gotten stronger over the years, and that's not necessarily individuals' faults. You know, there's definitely some responsibility to be taken. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, from what social media has turned into, and especially like with the rise of the algorithm, right? So it's just the number one thing that every single one of these sites wants you to do, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, the number one thing above all things is they want to keep you on their site, right? They want to keep you scrolling. They want to keep you watching, because then they can sell those amount of hours to advertisers and be like, this is how many people are watching at once. This is how much it's going to be, how many people it's going to be exposed to, blah, 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 blah. Your data too, but that's a whole different thing. So because that has been so effective, social media is now, oh, cool. I have belief A. I'm going to go on this, and the only thing that I'm going to interact with is things that are going to reinforce belief A. Again, there's a responsibility for folks to break past that and like get outside your own bubble, just so, I don't know, you could have an awareness of other people. It's just a little important. And see that people aren't entirely different from you. Very important. But yeah, it's... There is an intentional dumbing down of educational standards. There are constant defunding when it comes to education, and you still have the rich and powerful sending their kids to really expensive colleges while telling you like, hey, you don't have to. And you don't have to go to college, man. I was never, you have to go to college, go to trade school, man. You go right to work, you do whatever the hell you want, man. It's your life. Rock out. Do what you want to do. However, I do think it's incredibly hypocritical that college tuition keeps on going up and up and up and up and up and up. And it's been, reserved for only people who are willing to go into massive amounts of debt because this is what they've been told they need to do to get a job, or people who can afford to do so. So, yeah, it's a tough one, man. So I think it's tougher to engage with people who are different from you, because if we're living the majority of our lives through this, you're not encountering a lot of counter opinions that are being presented to you in a way that doesn't contain a ton of bias. So, yeah, that's my answer for that. America 20, not gonna lie, but I think I could really use some Broncos football tomorrow. I'll try to calm myself down. Since it's been overwhelming being forced to look at recent events. Politics sucks, but sadly they're important. Listen, you can not care about politics, but it's gonna care about you. So it always, the leopards, my face, I thought everybody else's. No, it's yours too. It's true. No, but not mine though, obviously. It would never happen to me. Favorite 20. Glad Parsons called out Gary for not finishing his presser. Hope Gary thinks on that, because if Gary has any awareness on 4th and 8 and plays contained, game's over. Hopefully he'll come back regardless. Go Pack Go. It's Go Pack Go, man. Yeah, I mean, he started off well when Parsons was on there. He tied the amount of sacks that he had last year at 7.5 pretty early on in the season. And then when they needed him most, he completely and totally fell off the face of the earth. And for that kind of money, that's a tough one. Saying with a tour outside of gossip, is McManus gone? I haven't heard anything, but I don't know how you bring him back, man. Listen, we were able to find a replacement quarterback for Aaron Rodgers before we were able to find a kicker that could just be consistent. So, I'm saying go out and find a kicker. We can't do that, apparently. So, we'll see. We'll write the substitute teacher. Path of 20 from The Athletic about Green Bay's losses. Since 2016, kickers visiting Soldier Field made only 54% of 40 to 45 in the regular season and playoffs with at least 3 tries. Average is 81. Ooh. Mitigating stats for Rick Madness. Sure. You can't miss you can't miss 2 though, and you can't miss an extra point. It's difficult, but you got to play there at least once a year. So what is it? You're just gonna be really bad in that one. You know what I mean? So. Staying with A Tours, Marxist Leninist TG, decent breakdown. Again, overly simplifying, but yeah, man. I mean, it's never been implemented in its truest form, and I'm not even saying that of being like, oh yeah, this would 100% work, because you just always have the consolidation of power, and people are going to abuse that every single time for, ever, in human history. If you give folks a reason to abuse power, a good chance of the time they're going to do it. A good chance. Brooklyn with 20. Thoughts on the fact the NFC West is the best division in football this century? My evidence is the fact that since 2000, the NFC West has put up almost half of the NFC Super Bowl contenders. I think that's a decent argument. They always, at the very least, make deep playoff runs. Yeah, there's usually a few of them that are in there. Because to any old WWE pay-per-view you recommend watching? I didn't watch the specific pay-per-view, but I watched SummerSlam 91, Mr. Perfect versus Bret Hart, literally a few days ago. But I actually these ones are still on Peacock, because I know they moved over to Netflix. I would say I'm a huge fan of NXT Black and Gold. I love Black and Gold NXT, so their takeovers are great. But I watched Takeover Portland the other night. I think that's the first time I've seen that in its entirety. Oh man, it was a great show. So yeah. Rodrigo saying, more about Secret Agent. Tell us more about the history of the military dictatorship here in Brazil. Time, persecution, and fashion that we're still struggling with. Is it a Brazilian film? That'd be pretty cool. Is getting death threats make it less likely for you to raise money for a cause again? No. It emboldened me. I was like, all right, fine. You're going to do this? I've raised a lot more money for other causes since. Alex Ventura, thoughts on the Sauce Gardner trade as of now? I said it when it happened, man, that this could backfire really badly if they fall apart. And I don't know who their quarterback is going to be next season. So if they don't figure out their quarterback situation, uh-oh. G with Terry, doing cause of the Civil War by having students role play different people and look at the same, quote, event from different POVs and decide what caused it. Hopefully have more empathy for others. Sometimes, yeah, empathy is part, man. You just got to be aware of other people. One of my favorite lessons to teach is I did tableaus. I learned this. I got this lesson from college, and I was like, this is brilliant. So what I did, so I'm just going to use like American history. So I would have like we would talk about different concepts, obviously, you know, and there would be a unit specifically. And I would print out, you know, like the famous painting of Manifest Destiny, right? I would print out, oh my God, a war that was going on at that point. I would, you know what I mean? Like there was, I think it was like 5 images, and I break all the kids into groups. And what they would have to do is they have to go in front of the class and silently, it's a tableau, they have to recreate the picture. And it doesn't have to be like you have to recreate every single element. You need to try and break it down so that your fellow students will understand what it is, right? So then I'd be like, all right, 3, 2, 1, they freeze, right? And then I'd have like students like go and like walk around and like look at the group, and they can't move. Like it's a tableau, right? It's a still image. And then like students went back and they'd guess what it is, why they thought it was. And then after every single group goes, then you bring up the groups one by one, and then they present on like, hey, this is what our image was. Students find out if they're right or wrong, which always makes them happy. And then they wind up explaining what the concept is and also why they interpreted it that way. So that's a fun one. That's a good one. So anyway, with a fire hibernation after a Millie, but I thought you were a Packers fan. It's true. It's true. But there will be naps. There will be naps. Wrong with A10. It's intermission. During the first act, a character said they were dating a dentist, and before I could react, he's a dentist, Janine, rang through my head. My assimilation is complete. Yes. 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 What's the story with your hats on the wall? I purchased hats. I put them on the wall. Sarah the Fire, hey, as a bi and trans member of the Grossi Posse, thanks for always being a safe channel to come and hang out and talk about anything, everything. Always welcome. Iron with a tourist saying, Tom, about to see Lord of the Rings 25th in IMAX. Let's go! Appreciate you, Ultra. I really wanted to go see it, but it's either on a Friday. I know I missed all Friday night Q&As. So I said nay. I said nay. But I really wanted to go see it, but I will be watching the extended edition probably before I go to New Zealand. So, yeah. Why not a green screen? I want the real wall. The real thing. The real thing. That's it. Go rocking. Carol, appreciate that, Gideon. Thank you. I'm all caught up, too. Oh, we can do mail. All right. We have those things. Let's open said package. We did it. I missed the crawl space. Too. Oh, yes. 9 just got an upgrade. Never fear! Perfection. There is a card. It is purple. 10 out of 10. There's a lot of purple. Mr. Grossi, I'm Tom. I've been troubled by seeing you tape a mask to yourself for scripted. First sentence, I have been troubled seeing... You know what the best part is? One, the first time I had to do it myself, right? So... And now, when Maya's been gone like 3 out of the last 4 weeks, she's in New York right now. But when she's home for scripted, I'm like, hey, can you tape this to my head? She's like, anyway. I was like, I don't care. It doesn't even need to look good. Just throw it on there. 10 out of 10. Being a customer, I dropped by work to pick up some other options for you. Yes, thecostumer.com. Let's go. Oh, costumer. Oh, crap, you're a costumer. I read customer. I'm so sorry. We're not billionaires. Oh, man, I don't know if we can fundraise for you then. I know. I should be thinking of them. See? There was a third option, but it was pointy and had quite a bit of glitter. Yes, thank you so much, which seemed a little over the top. The glitter's not the problem. It's just the fact that it gets on the floor. Thank you for the laughs, especially during the times I almost needed a new keyboard. Diane, I appreciate the hell out of you. Yes, 9 will have an upgrade coming to you next season. Unless he gets cut. He won't get cut, but it's going to be so good now. That's going to be fantastic. Doge with a fire. Tom says, I jam out to your stream intro because that's fire. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, it's a free YouTube song I've been using since 2015 called Garage. Thank you so much for this, Diane. I appreciate the hell out of you. This is fantastic. And now I have more props for next season. Let's go. Green screen, I've thought about it, Ian, but I just really honestly never utilized that technology. So, yeah. I'm unfamiliar with it, to be honest with you. And I feel like, I don't know. There's things I could use it for, but we're rocking. We're rocking. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Oh, damn, look, this is from Vanessa. Dear Brandon and Tom. Why? Whoa, Vanessa, why is Brandon on my letter? Thank you both, don't thank him, for all your years of wonderful content. You're welcome. It has been one of the highlights of my entertainment for the last half of a decade, talking about me more. I am privileged to be able to meet both of you, just me. Tom, I was so glad to be able to help with 30 and 30. Yes. Brandon, it's always a treat when you and your family come into the brewery. You hear that, Brandon? It's nice when you come in. Also, working for the Broncos has made the GPS Bowl so much fun whenever they do come to town. This is the most recent GPS Bowl program from December 14th. I am sending one to each of you. Thank you all for both what you do. It's just me. Keep up the awesome work. Go Broncos and go Pack. I think this is cursed now, Vanessa. This is very kind. Considering what happened in this game, I do think this is cursed. Invisalign. Trusted by the pros. You can learn more. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I appreciate it. I haven't had a game program in a while. When Micah Parsons wins the Super Bowl with the Packers, I'm going to have him sign this. So we're going to do. What are your thoughts on Footloose? We shouldn't dance. Shouldn't dance. God forbid people have fun. Dan, Vanessa, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Mail time. Concluded. AI Tom sent that. It's true. The urn might be cursed. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Well, I could dance if I want to. It's against the law. Against the law. Can't do it. No idea we could send mail. Oh, yeah, you can send it. Just don't send anthrax. It gets tiring after a while. So, that's it. Show us the urn. Sure. At the ripe age of 47. He was gone too soon. Fly high, top. 5,000 candles in the wind. Oh, 5,000 candles in the wind. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, what was wrong with Avatar 3? Again, I think there was not a lot of visual newness. Like there was in the first and the second one, which is kind of like the main factor, or one of the main factors you go to see it in theaters. And it just felt like part 2 of the second movie. I don't think it did a whole lot different. I really like the villain, but I don't think it did a whole lot different from the first 2 to really separate it. So, yeah. That's it. How do I cancel my letter? Damn it. What does Maya do? She's a mob boss. So it's all a front. But she works with minerals and rocks. So no, she works for a nonprofit. She was a history teacher with me, but she now does a nonprofit for like curriculum for social studies. And so like designs curriculum to be like implemented. She's like working with like museums and stuff. So yeah, it's super cool. She really likes her job. So yeah, it's a good one. Rock thrower. Exactly. Ironside. That's why. Like it didn't feel like an entirely new third movie. Maya's back in New York though, so she went home for the week. She went to go see a concert and then went to go see the fam. So, and I also told her too. I was just like, yeah, this is also the busiest time of the year, so go, go now, run, fly, you fools, fly. Seahawks 49ers. Who you got? I got the Seahawks. This one I think was Halsey. I think Yeah, I think we should go see Halsey. So, yeah, I'm waiting. I'm literally waiting for her to get back to go see Marty Supreme. Yes. Oh, I did watch a movie last night because I'm trying to watch movies that I've always wanted to watch and have not had time to watch. So, I went in completely blind and I had no idea what to expect. All I knew was that Timothée Chalamet was in that movie. So Call Me By Your Name. Bro, that movie at times is straight porn. Straight porn. Like, there are times I was like, this is the ultimate movie that I would never sit down with my parents to watch because I would just sit there and be mortified. Holy God, is it a beautifully shot movie. Also, Timothée Chalamet is insane in that film. Like, holy God, he is fantastic. Beautifully shot film. Yeah, I really liked it. But there was times I was like, oh man, oh, okay. Oh, there you go. But yeah, oh my God, just the cinema, the peaches, the peaches. Oh, the peaches. The first thing I texted Maya, I was like, oh, the cannibals in the movie, huh? Rodrigo Matera said, yes, The Secret Age is a Brazilian movie. I won 2 Golden Globes this year, plus the history teacher like you certainly enjoy it. I appreciate the recommendation, Rodrigo. I'll take a look. Thank you. Altair, what did Maya think of the salsa? Maya was home for less than 48 hours, so she didn't get to try the salsa. There is still salsa left, though. Fraggy, how often do you sleep in the office due to work? I don't. Yeah, no, I can, but that's also why I work down flights, like a flight of stairs, right? Because I work so late. You know, I will go until 2 o'clock in the morning, so I eventually make it upstairs. Sometimes after Q&A, I will fall asleep on the couch. James 20, Tom, going to my first playoff game at Soldier on Sunday with my teacher friend. Some of my 8th graders are going to be there, and I cannot be seeing the state. I'll be in, but they are determined to find me help. That's easy. Pre-game. It's just pre-game. Because pre-game, the game hasn't happened yet. You'll be nervous, you'll be stressed out, but you won't be in a frenzy, okay? So you just see them pre-game and go, yeah, maybe we can like meet up during and then you never go and meet them unless you're winning. You know what I mean? If you win afterwards, then you can meet up. Oh, then it's great. But if lose, just be like, oh, I can't find you, crowd. And that's it. You know? So easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Slideshow retrospective at the end of the year with friends, and she always does her on movies she watched the previous year. She gets really in depth. Nicholas, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Because why not? Why not? Super Tour. So a non-hockey version of Heated Rivalry then. Yeah, I've heard about Heated Rivalry. That one I at least know. I had no idea. What this movie, and I'm watching this and I was like, oh, I did not know what this movie was about. Great movie. Spire Tour, Pat's getting healthy just in time. Gonzalez playing is a big one. Calling By Your Name won Best Picture and Best Song at the Oscars. It won Best Picture? Did it really? I did not know that. I'm telling you, the cinematography, dude, the one shots, like they were incredible. I haven't seen Challengers. Yeah, but dude, the sound design was insane too. There was sound design where I was like, so who's responsible for recreating this sound in the booth? Taking a fire. When I saw Fire Navi, all I saw was my Whiteside family living in a rundown trailer park. When I seen the leader, I was like, cousin Tanya? Hey, listen, you know, family. We're like, with Fire. I tuned in back in right when you started talking about explicit filmography. Definitely not on my bingo card. How's it going? Oh, it's good. Yeah, I watched Call Me By Your Name yesterday, and I was like, yeah, that was the one. I'm glad that wasn't a like, you know what? Like, let's sit down with the whole family and watch that one. Because I think there have been some awkward moments just sitting there going like, all right. Yeah, I don't know. Well, Best Picture? Going with a 5. Yeah, Challenge. I haven't seen it, though. I have not. Go to her. Any sore throat recommendations? Yes. Besides tea and like cough drops. So when I had a really bad sore throat a few weeks, that was like a month or 2 ago, whatever the hell that was. It was children's Benadryl, like the liquid. And then it was like this, look up like children's Benadryl and like laxative sore throat. There's a certain one you get. I thought that this was insane. I was like, there's no way. My throat literally felt like insanely better. So yeah, look that up. I went to the pharmacy and was like, this is a thing. And they're like, oh, this is a thing. And so yeah, nothing. Jake, 14 months. It's been a journey. Let's go, babe. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ugh. How long does he do these? How long do I do these? No, I usually do them every Friday. And then minimum, it's 100 minutes. Minimum. So, yeah. Turmeric milk. Oh, there you go. There you go. Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, or Star Wars? Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, because I think the film adaptation is like the most consistent with the trilogy. Star Wars, there's been some hit or miss. You know, the OG trilogy I love. They're definitely not all. Like, A New Hope and Empire, I think, are better than Return, even though I loved Return as a kid. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, man, is like, it's well written. And then also, like, I think they did a great job also adapting it. So it's pretty damn great. So, and I love Star Wars. So, but yes, that's a good one. Tom's greatest talent is yapping. Damn right. Damn right. All right. Let me check. I know I have beer in here. Let me see if I have a special beer for a second. Oh my, a best adapted screenplay. Thank you. I was like, I didn't think it won best picture. Cobra, yeah, Sinners was great. I liked One Battle After Another. The cinematography in that movie was insane too. But yeah, Sinners was great, man. I saw Sinners twice. The soundtrack alone was so damn good. Another one, great sound design. I do not have fancy beer. We don't need no fancy beer. We got the classic beer, the Spotted Cow. How's the vibe been? Weird. It's been so off. We're all just staring at each other. I feel like there's only one person talking. Just egotistical, really. Narcissistic, I think. So, Big Dumper, yeah, and I've had some sent to me too. Yes. Yes. Thoughts on Filoni taking over Lucasfilm? Yeah, I think Filoni's done a nice job. So, I don't know, man. Just, they're, regardless of, like, the studio head, like, just hire the right directors and, like, actually have a plan in place. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Like, I would also be super down just to see different, like, directors, you know, create, like, they have the Star Wars Vision stuff, which is really cool. But, like, just having different directors. I mean, the mythology is so vast. Like, just have different directors do their own take on Star Wars. Like, that'd be pretty cool. So, oh, Jason, that's already gone. That's already. Andor's phenomenal. So good. Air with Fire. Star Wars and Harry Potter, both great for genre lovers. Lord of the Rings is a great movie, even for non-fans of fantasy. This is true. And I like, listen, like, I enjoy both of those, but yeah. It's a liquid clo, yeah, and it's like you just gargle it. Don't swallow it. You gargle it, or like you'll poop. But yeah, again, look it up. Like children's Benadryl, like it's a liquid, and then also, you know, don't do like please consult with like a pharmacist or something like that. Don't just go out and randomly do this. But yeah, I mean, it's not gonna hurt you. But don't take, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just yeah, find the right thing. It was like a laxative powder that I got, and you mixed it together like a little bit, and then gargled it. It was great. G85, my students don't know what to make of me because I teach outside the box. As you said, it's all about the why. No test but justifying their opinion. Hey. Assessments don't have to look standardized. And, you know, I think, again, there's skill in test taking, right? But it is 1 kajillion% not the end-all, be-all. Whether you ever watch a full Premier League game? I have not. I've been told to, but I have not. It's a timing thing, not a lack of want. So, yeah, go to Independent Farmer, rock out. I asked, they were very, very nice. And they're like, yeah, this like used to be a more of a widespread thing. It's like, I don't know why we stopped it. No, they fired. NFL is a thing about putting a game in Paris. Also look, Pezzapalo, finish baseball. Ooh, finish baseball. That's pretty cool. All right, I'm about that. Check that out. Uh, exactly, Darter. Yeah, in Paris, I mean, listen, they're gonna expand however far they possibly can. So it's a hot commodity, man. NFL cares about two things: streaming and international games. Forum, they fire thoughts on prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket and betting on politics, current events, war, etc. Personally, I can't even think of a single reason, like a single negative rationale to monetizing every single activity we do, especially on politics, which it's like I always say, we need to put more money into politics. So yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, we're gambling on how long the press conferences are, you know, yeah, woohoo, great times. Yeah, no, I don't think it helps anything. Like, you, again, y'all want to gamble? You do whatever you want. I'm not going to sit on a moral high. I don't care, man. Like, you rock out. You're responsible with your own money, rock out. But good God, man, I truly do not see a single benefit that it gives to anybody besides the people who are profiting off of it. Like, at all. So, yeah. No Blue Chew endorsement yet. I still got to get Perna in the costume. I gotta. Yeah, it's. Ugh. Vegan for health reasons, moral. Yeah, moral. The health ones are nice, but yeah, no, it's moral. This is what I think year number 9. I think I'm going on now. Around there. Cheers, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another Q&A. Appreciate y'all. Again, could be the penultimate one before we hit a milli. It could be. Or next week could be the penultimate. I think we're hitting it within 2 and 3 weeks. Get with fire. Listen to any good new music lately. I've had like 150 songs on my Grossi playlist. If you ever want to go back to it, especially on the long flight to Hawaii, oh, that is greatly appreciated. It is greatly appreciated. Have I been listening? No, I feel like... Hold on 2 seconds. Hold on. It's Maya. Yeah, right now... I think my on repeat is literally all over the place. I was just listening to the Dune 2 soundtrack. I've been listening to Les Mis a lot. So I got One Day More, ABC Cafe, Heroes, At the Barricade, Adam Cole's theme song, Nights in White Satin by the Moody Blues. God, such a good song. That's an excellent song. Yeah, Various Storms and Saints, Breathe from Pink Floyd, Secret Row, of course, is on there. Us the Rising Sun, Never Tear Us Apart, of course, Brain Damage by Floyd, Father Figure, George Michael, Time of the Season by the Zombies. Yeah, it's all over the place. So I don't think I've listened to anything new. Which Adam Cole, the ones that's on Spotify is the AEW one. Both are excellent though. The Doom soundtracks. Hey, listen, Doom's got a banger of a soundtrack, so that's it. Linkin Park and Breaking Benjamin. There you go. There you go. Love. I'm telling you, Meteora, Hybrid Theory, formative albums for me. Oh, ass. Nights in White Satin. Nights in White Satin is just like it's a great like love song. Oh, it's excellent. Yeah, a lot of passion in that song. Really enjoy it. I know you don't do sponsors. I appreciate that. But if you did, what would be the best fit for your channel? Not thinking about what would make you the most money. What would make me the most money is gambling ones. I mean, those are, yeah, those are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Or at this point, probably close to $1 million. I'd imagine. I don't think I could pull that yet. Probably like, because 400 was a few years ago. It's probably like with incentives, 750. Somewhere around there. So yeah, that would be. It's never happening, so don't worry. The other ones that make you a lot of money, I'm telling, like in our space, like in the sports creator space, it's, yeah, I mean, a lot of it's sports books. And I also will say there is a huge amount of ignorance on my part because I haven't sought them out. Yeah, Yeah, besides sportsbook, like those are definitely the highest, but ones that would actually help that again, I would take one if it either one, I like you like I would on it legitimately, I would tell people to go buy Rode, but like I just tell you right now, because like this soundboard has lasted me through moves. I have taken this, it's a great, I love these mics. I bought another soundboard years ago during Black Friday when they were on sale. I still haven't opened it because this one's still good. Like that would make sense, right? If they were going to sponsor a show, for example, or if I was like, hey, you know, I'll do a Chaotic Good Sports with Rode microphones and you donate $10,000 each episode to charity. You know what I mean? Like that's a fair compromise. But it also could be a situation where like, if I did, I don't know if I do like a hotel or something. Like if I did like a 30 and 30 travel thing, but that's the thing too. Like I am currently saving money so I can go do 30 and 30 again. So like there's no reason to do it. Like, yeah, it'll save me money, but I don't know. Like what if it's a hotel and then that hotel becomes like super crappy? Like I don't want to promote that crap. So yeah, it would have to be like really specific. Like I would do let's say, you know, like a Roku or something that's like, hey, like you could do a show with us, right? And because of that, you'll get a budget and all that stuff. As long as I get to keep this, like I'm happy. So I could see something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I hate asking you to subscribe. It's just, it is not good content when I ask you to subscribe. It's not serving any purpose except for growing this number. So I can't wait to hit 1 million to stop asking you to subscribe. So I don't know what sponsors are going to be coming down the pipe. I don't know. But who knows? Maybe if they sponsor like a huge charity event or something. Like there's room, but you know. You started with a fire. I lived through the 1970s and 80s and a crap ton of 8 and 8. Tell me why this vision of the Packers is different. Whitehurst forever! I mean, if you lived through the 70s and 80s, my friend, you knew how bad it got for the Packers, right? And you did see a lot of 8 and 8. I mean, they're making the playoffs every single year. You know, the last year they didn't make the playoffs was that last year with Aaron Rodgers. And let me be very clear, right? Like the standard is higher in Green Bay, right? Just from the fan base, just from the Packers. I just think that they have the talent. I mean, I think it's a different ball game if they got injured, but my one hope, and I know that this is probably a pipe dream, is that this loss wakes someone up and going, okay, there's certain personnel that needs to not be here anymore. That's what I'm hoping. And that's not even reference to LaFleur. Like I think that there are folks on the roster. I think that I've talked about Bisaccia. Like, yeah, but I think there's a lot of talent there. Jordan Love, like I'm all in, man. I'm all in on Jordan Love. And I think he's a great quarterback. And if they're able to just get Tucker Kraft back, man, Zach Tom back, you know, get some O-line depth because the free agents didn't work out this past offseason with Nate Hobbs, who was constantly injured, and Aaron Banks that did not look good. But yeah, I think they're close because, you know, the number 1 seed in the AFC, Packers were winning, man. Then Christian Watson goes down, Micah Parsons goes down. You know, and the Broncos, they played well at the end of that game, but they were getting constant pressure, you know, and the offense really couldn't move the ball anymore. But I think it's a good team. I think they got a good team. Started with a 20, because I always feel financially weighed down. The gambling ads, hold on one second. So sorry, it scrolled down. Sorry. Gambling ads have caused an itch in the back of my brain. Knowing your limits is one thing, but gambling also appeals to desperation as well. Appreciate your stand on this. And again, like, I am not anti-gambling, because I don't think I should have a say in what you do with, you know, your money. If you are a responsible person that knows your limits and you have disposable income, rock out, man. You know, don't hurt other people. Have a nice day. But it's incredibly predatory. It's so predatory. I mean, you've heard plenty of stories, right, about how, like, if people start winning too much, they get banned from these apps, because the reason is, like, they just want to take your money. Like, that's it. Right. And so the odds are always going to be against you, like always. Like they're going to have algorithms and like the best of the best. And there'll be times where you're going to be able to win. Don't get me wrong. But it's predatory. And when it's constantly advertised to kids And then those kids are going to grow up, and this has been so normalized, and this has been, it's also like in their video games. It's, I don't know, man. I don't think that's great exposure. So, yeah, it's not the best. Not the best. How much would Raid Shadow Legends make? I don't know. They probably give me like $5,000 or something. Dane with a fiver saying, have you and Brandon ever considered doing live GPS in the live audience? Yes, I have tried to convince Perna to do that in the past. I, at the very minimum, would like to do stuff in front of live audiences. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, we've talked about it. Right at the NFC West Divisional Weekend featuring the Bears. Going for the tour. Ever do a Spectrum sponsorship? Spectrum, you bring fiber to my house specifically, I'll be like, hey, Spectrum Fiber is really good. Easy. Liz, Tom, speaking of travel, is there anything on your Wisconsin to-do list now that you've moved? I mean, there's plenty of things. I gotta do the Ice Age Trail. I want to go up to Green Bay more. I want to actually spend more than like 8 hours in Madison. Yeah. I'm excited for Summerfest. I can't wait for a full summer here. Well, minus June for 30 and 30, but I'm very excited for that. Luke with Fire, how many companies still contact you despite how clear you've been on sponsorship, proving that they don't watch and just see the number? I don't want to say daily because there's a couple days maybe that will go by, but at least 4 days a week. Because a lot of them also are just like template messages too that are just like, hey, we want to sponsor you for this. Let's see. I also delete them. I got one today. Hi, no name. I have an immediate opportunity for an NFL playoff campaign with a major sports book, and I think your content would be a perfect fit. We are looking for athletic and football-adjacent creators to drive hype during the playoffs. Details, NFL playoffs and sports book. Vibe, high energy, athletic, football focus. Timeline, ASAP. Playoffs are active. So I get those a lot. Did I just delete my mail too? I think I deleted my trash. Business inquiry. Yep. It's like, I came across your fantastic YouTube channel. So there's a lot of that. Sponsorship opportunities. Then there's just agencies that reach out. Thumbnails. A leading fintech online brokerage and investment solutions. And accessible investment solutions globally. So apps. Yeah. So, what's that? Okay, so Terry, have you liked Milwaukee so far this last year? Oh, I love it. I mean, again, I've been coming to Milwaukee for over a decade, and I've always loved this city. So, the fact that, like, I am less than half an hour away, I gotta go to the Bucks season opener. I gotta go to the Brewers game. I know that's right outside the city, but Milwaukee's such a dope vibe, man. I love that. It's such a walkable city. Yeah. It's got good vibes, man. Blaze with a fire. Tom Lover content. We met at Arrowhead during 30 and 30. I did enjoy the meltdown and trees. Now Brandon's meltdown next. Go Texans and Bears. Clickbait souls. They will be conquered. Staying with the tour. Get rid of McManus. What about Haversick? Haversick, I mean, yeah. I mean, they're going to give him a shot, man. They're definitely going to. Jedi with a fire. Thoughts on what the Packers should focus on in the draft? You concerned about their class now they don't have a first-round pick? They don't have it for the next two. I think what they need, though, besides offensive line depth, what they need is helped even with Micah Parsons, even though it's not at that position. As Lucas Van Ness can step up and he's going to be playing a whole lot, I don't know what's going to happen with Rashawn Gary. But the Packers need corners. They need corners very, very badly. They needed corners before this last draft. They needed them. So a good pass rush is going to make your secondary look a lot better, but they have to go get corners. They have to put investment in that. To be honest, we got sponsored by a charity. Wouldn't that infer a marketing budget and negated by Charity Navigator? So technically, no. So first of all, let me be very clear. I've never been sponsored by a charity. Let's just get that right out of the way. However, a lot of nonprofits have marketing budgets, and that has nothing to do with Charity Navigator. What Charity Navigator is telling you is like how transparent they are going to be and how trustworthy they are based on the information about like where the money's actually going. So, for example, like I will take Feeding America, take St. Jude, take Red Cross, take like major charities, right? they have marketing budgets because they have fundraising budgets. Like, you know, you have Allsac, which is a completely different company from like St. Jude, but they work together. So like that's Pastor, for example, like he works with fundraising because like it also is like, hey, you know, each kid, and this was back in 2023, things have probably gone up. Each kid, because like, you know, not this turns into a St. Jude ad, but they do good work. It costs like $400,000 a kid, which is, you know, we talk about how gross that is. Like it costs $500,000 to treat a kid for cancer, but like they do great work, but they're like, hey, it costs a lot of money. And they also like develop stuff and they share it globally. So you'll see that a lot of charities will have marketing budgets, but it also might be for like ads for like the radio or YouTube or TV. So yeah, a lot of them will already have them, even if they're like super duper small. But that's why I always tell people like, just go read the documentation. I think it's their $9.90 like that they have to produce. Yeah, you just go and look at that and you can see like where the spending is happening. Again with A-Fire, it's totally off topic, but just finished a full GCU rewatch with the director commentary, and a guy asked if Coach Season 6 will be coming this offseason. Yes. Yes, it will. I promise. Trust me, it's one of my big regrets that I didn't get to finish it while I was in the house. Leno Atara, Tom, love Packers so much. Curious to hear your honest thoughts on the season. That the game of Parsons went down, and I never really felt confident again, but before that I thought, yeah. No, and I agree, because when Parsons goes down, the path to go deep in the playoffs is no longer focused on a balanced squad. It's going to have to be on the offense because we don't know what the defense is going to look like. So I think getting Parsons, like, that is a major trade. And yes, you do give up a lot to have him, but if he stays healthy next season, dude, like he had 12.5 sacks. He led the team in sacks. He led the team in pressures, right? Like he had a great season. Man, like we haven't had a player like that, you know, as a pass rusher in a long, long time, man. So I feel super confident about the team going forward, and I believe in Jordan Love a lot. So I think that even if you have an imperfect coach, right, and even you don't have to love everything that LaFleur does, I think there's enough talent on that squad, and I think LaFleur is a good enough coach to get them there with that talent, my personal opinion. However, it's really these next 2 years. I said last year after they got eliminated by the Eagles, I said we're in a 2-year window about Jordan Love, because Jordan Love, you know, it wasn't as successful as many predicted, especially after that run in the end of the 2023 season. And obviously he was hurt for a bit too, but he had a really good season this year. And so, like, I'm like, all right, I'm totally good with this. And then, yeah, I just think they can go. I think they have the roster to compete. Boots with A-Fire. Potential joint stream with both in the same place. Also, who'd be Chris Collinsworth and who'd be Mike Tirico. Please let me be Mike Tirico. Perna can be Collinsworth. They too 30 and 30 part 2 be in reverse order. Yes, it will. Sean, honestly, at this point, Allagash needs to reach out to you. Send me free beer. Sarah, they tour. Thoughts on Tom Lehrer? I don't think I know enough of their stuff. Wow, I lived till 97. He died last year? Damn. I know poisoning pigeons in the park. Yeah, I don't know enough, to be honest with you. Jason with a 7, any chance I could talk to you in setting up a meetup at the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Wisconsin this summer? Would love to meet you and get a pic. I'm going to definitely do some stuff over the summer. When is it? I just need to know when the date is, because I'm going to be gone for a month for 30 and 30. We doing meetups in every single city? We will. Casey with a 5 said, read an article about saying Green Bay's public ownership, lack of billionaire owner, is a handicap for getting free agents. Do you think that could be an issue? I don't know how it is. Like you're not negotiating with an owner, but I'm okay with the way that the Packers are. They got Micah Parsons. Like, you know what I mean? I think they're all right. Bailey, Perna being Collinsworth means praise Mahomes. Exactly. That's why he is going to be Collinsworth. Yes. Correct. The Vatican rag. All right. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see. I am with A-Fire. Love you and Perna. GPS is amazing. Believe in the Broncos. Please be both streaming that game. Yes, but we're doing it separately just because my internet is my internet. So we will do it separately. But If they beat the Bills, I'll feel pretty good. The Texans are just, they scare me. They scare me. Their defense is so good. Sorry. Apologies. Spectrum. Yeah. So, apply to medical college for Wisconsin for med school. Let's go, Cobra. Let's go. Yeah, their defense, that defense is a Super Bowl. I keep saying, but like, that's a defense that could drag an offense to the Super Bowl if it has to. Just have to like not turn the ball over a cajillion times. If they're able to knock down the Patriots, I think they go to the Super Bowl. Yeah. They beat the Bills before. But if the Bills are able to beat the Broncos, man, they're going to have a ton of momentum. Also, if it is Bills-Patriots AFC Championship, oh my God, it'd be so good. That'd be so good. So damn good. Shaved. How we doing? But yeah, I think I don't know. I can't imagine CJ Stroud's gonna make those kind of mistakes again. I could be wrong, and he's going up against a better defense, but yeah, they do feel like the 2015 Broncos. I agree, Sean. They do feel like that. They are that good. Their pass rush is good. Their secondary is good. They can generate turnovers. Yeah, Nico Collins is out. Yeah, he's out. Fifth hand, please explain what Coach is and how I can find it on your channel so I can watch it. I'm relatively new to your channel. Love your stuff. Makes me laugh out loud frequently. Oh, no. Philly, I will tell you. I will tell you where you can find the lore. If you're looking for laugh out loud with the sagas, you'll find some of that. Coach is it's a dark hole. It's a dark hole. If you go to my YouTube channel, Tam Grossi, I'm Tam. Please hold. And if you go to playlists, you could scroll down and there's a playlist for each season. So the order of for Coach is Coach Season 1, Coach Season 2, the East Saga, which is an entire narrative that I told over one season for the NFC and AFC East. Then it's Coach Season 3. Then it is the West Saga. Same thing with the West, the following season. Then it is Coach Season 4. Then it's the South Saga. Then it's Coach Season 5. Then it's the North Saga. And I put out one episode of Coach Season 6. So, yes. I would explain it. The first season's not great, in my opinion. I don't like the first season. There's things I like about it. It's not... On the rewatch, it wasn't as bad, but it's not great. It picks up significantly in Season 2. And then Season 3, Season 4 are great. The sagas are their own thing, but it's time. Rob Tour, DePope versus Strouds. I'm happy to have a spot cow at your disposal. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It's pretty great. It's pretty good. I'm rewatching Season 4 right now. Honestly, I go back and forth between Season 3 and Season 4 on what I think the best season of Coach is. It might be Season 4. The Season 3 finale I love. The Fear I really love. But I think the quality of 4, like there's some bangers in there. There's some bangers. I'm a Season 1 stan. I still love it. Colin, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. So it is a humble beginning. Yes, I have no microphone. I'm filming off a crappy camcorder. Rock, do I miss ring time? No, we'll do ring time. We'll do it. We will. So, yeah. It's a time. It is a time. Thoughts of rewatching The Push just before anything new is released. I've actually thought about it the other day. I don't need anything from it right now. Episode 2 is different. Youth Fire. Okay, talk about the Packer Ledge. Now tell me the chat about Charles the Hammer Martel, the father of Western bureaucracy. Dude, Charles Martel, the Hammer. And I always bring him up because it like at around the time it's like Pepin the Short. Like he gets the short moniker, and then you have Charles the Hammer. Yeah, man. Stops expansion. Charles Martel becomes a hero of the church. I utilize him a whole lot. Whole lot. I'm a descendant for real. Damn. That's pretty cool. Of the Hammer. Thomas, very small content creator. What tips would you have to grow my channel? It depends on the kind of content you want to make. Do you do live streams? Do you do videos? Do you do shorts? Do you do a mix of all three? If you do long form, make sure you chop some stuff up into shorts because it's a different algorithm that it's gonna hit. And then if you do videos, try and make them topical and try to get them out consistently. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah, Joshua, man, it's be well, my friend. Be well. Any recommendations for someone like you that does the NBA? Sports Fury does do a bunch of NBA stuff, and they're fantastic. They're great. So, yep. The algorithm. It is an algorithm. It's a thing. I mean, it's so interesting, too, because, like, views are down for everybody. It's not just sports creators, but, like, across the entire platform. It's very, very interesting. So, I don't know what they did, but super fun. Did you like being a social studies teacher? I loved it. Absolutely loved it. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, no worries. No worries. Watch an entire video, you breaking down the season. Again, Landon, I recorded a 30-minute video of like what the Packers do next. It's going to come out tomorrow morning. So, it is coming. I promise. Rock Terry, I think the Bears can beat the Rams because the one thing the defense does well is turnovers. Don't think they can get away with being down 3 scores against this team. Bears, 49ers, Chicago would be fun. I agree with you. I completely and totally agree with you. I think that there are a few things that can go in the Bears' favor. The fact that it is being played at home and, Stafford's not at 100% and they've had turnovers, man, and they have not looked how they should, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Andrew Fire, Tom, do you know about Robert Moses, the man who saved then ruined New York City? Robert Moses, I do know that name. Because he was one of the planners, yeah. I don't know in depth though. I'm sorry, as someone who lived in New York. I have not. Best Super Bowl for the lore? It's probably the Bears and the Strouds. Probably. Yeah. But listen, as I have told you, sometimes things just work out. The Strouds and the Patriots storyline, and now they're playing each other in the playoffs. Come on now. Been to Mount Kisco Diner? No, but I've been to Mount Kisco many, many times. I love that Borders bookstore that used to be there. Comics Plus, where I used to buy like DBZ action figures there. And then there was the Ethiopian place that was there. Oh my God, it was so good. They closed shortly after COVID. But, yeah. Johnny, I really like Drew, so it's well earned. I'm happy for Drew. I am. Would you have a boxing match with Perna on pay-per-view in the offseason? I would pay to watch, just saying. I do it for charity. I don't know how hard I could punch Brandon Perna in the face. Then again, I would just have him. I'd be like, hey, can you just like talk some crap about the Packers? I think I can get by. I also don't want to punch my friend in the head who also has a small child. Have you seen his brain now with power rankings? Do you know what would happen if a few shots to the head? I don't know. Ethiopian food is fantastic. So good. So good. So, I want you to hit me as hard as you can. Exactly. Cobra, I think so too. And Maya and I are very sad about that. But I think he's going to start wrestling a little bit more. And even if he's just in the title picture one more time, because like he's hinting at about it. Grossi, Perna, and flag football. I will destroy that man. We had that running bet. Oh, he's just like, you wouldn't throw 10 passes to you. I'll be a lockdown corner and you won't catch any. We went out and like played a little bit of football and he was just like, and then he played, I think with his friends before that. And he's just like, yeah, maybe you might catch a few. That's right. You can shoot a 3. Dude, we played the worst game of horse. It went on for like 45 minutes. Across there, at this stage of your fandom, how long does it take to get over a playoff loss? Being a Vikings fan, it's usually the day after, and I punish myself for believing in the first place. Happy New Year. That's very fair. It depends how bad it is. The Bears one probably hurt until... Yeah, it probably hurt until Wednesday, honestly. Like, there was that lingering... I think immediately, like, it being, that lasted a day or so. That was during that Sunday. Buster, how worried were you when KTO went down? For me, I wasn't, because, like, if it happens, I'll just fight him and we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, the fact that I happen to KTO, he's a great creator. So I'm very happy that it got it back. But yeah, man, I mean, like, that's when you're on a platform that you do not control. You know, that be it sometimes. Disc golf. No. Is that the one, the throw it in the can or the hoop or something? Because then yes. Very little, but I have played it. Yes. So, Strad's Pats, come on now. Go now. Let's go. Honest questions. Do you think we should import Chinese electric vehicles into our community? Canada is doing it. Well, that is a shift. Talking about electric vehicles. It's very interesting what EVs are doing in this country. It's very, very interesting. Like, there's not really this, like, all-in push. But I think you just have to kind of, not to go, like, full economics, but it's going to come down to, like, who can make the best product, you know, at also, like, an affordable price point. And there's some that already do, like, great jobs at that, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you going to be able to with tariffs? I don't even know, like, if that's even going to be affordable. As with a fiver, what is your favorite NFL character to lean into and why? Let's go back to horses. Wildflower has to be up there. Don Rogers is a lot of fun. Because Don Rogers, like, I just have fun. Bruce and Springsteen is definitely, I love writing dialogue for Bruce and Springsteen. It's probably like my favorite characters to write for, because it's just very quick. Yeah, I enjoy that a lot. Brock 5, enjoying watching Packer fans slowly understand what Bears fans have been through the last few decades. Brock, that's the thing, man. You're preaching to the choir, man. I know what you've been through. I have talked to Bears fans literally for almost 11 years, and I talk to them extensively, at least twice a year for, oh God, how long did I do those interviews for? 7 years, something like that? I know. I have seen, oh man, I should be really grateful for how good my team is. I don't need to suffer, all right? I know. And again, we suffer in different ways, man. Playoff losses, you'll see. The Lions saw it. It's a different hurt, man. There is a hurt for not getting to the playoffs and constantly sucking year after year. It's a different hurt to lose in the playoffs. Terry, has Don Rogers left the house yet? I think he's still walking towards the door. Jedi52, Tom, hope you're well. Volunteer with a work group at a local charity. Gives clothes to kids in need. Learn so much. Chaotic good. Let's go, baby! Is that chaotic good? We could use some. We could definitely use some. Make a cannoli Godfather joke. Take the ayahuasca. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll do it. Easy. I don't know. Is Kelsey under contract with them still? I was at WrestleMania 40. Yes, I was. I took my dad. What's his? I mean, I don't think he's going anywhere. Okay, so he's an unrestricted free agent now. No, but he couldn't sign with anybody until after March. I think it's 15th. So yeah, no, he can't sign with anybody. He's still under contract theoretically until the start of the new year. So if the contract ends this season, it's not over when the playoffs there, because the season is not over. So how close am I to Canada's border? I don't know. I drove there when I was in New York. It took hours, but I can't imagine too far. Wisconsin? Can't imagine too far. More Giants or Jets fans? I think there was a lot of Giants fans. There were definitely Jets fans, but a lot more Giants. I think also because like they were more successful because they had those 2 Super Bowl wins over the Patriots. Sam, how's Arizona? How's it going? It's good. It's good. It's good. Oh. Three's a crowd. Again, growing your channel depends on the content that you're trying to create. Again, if you do long form stuff, like streams, cut it up into shorts, different algorithm. It just increases your chances of being noticed. And then, yeah, VODs, just try to make them topical or just make them really damn good. It's worth spending the time, but then also you got to be consistent with that schedule, and that's what usually gets people. Samuel Day Fire, I like for American vehicles to rise. Please improve quality and design where parts are easily interchangeable. Reason why Toyota is winning. Yeah, they're getting rid of their spare tire, I think, for the 26 RAV4 or this upcoming RAV4, whichever one it is. But yeah, I mean, that's the problem too. I had a 2013 Hyundai Sonata, right? And that was the last vehicle I bought. Before then, I had a 99 Honda Accord. Before that, I had a Saturn sedan. And like I had a cassette player, a CD player. Then it was like CD still in my Hyundai. And now it's like it's all gone. But like there's so much more tech that is in cars because I got the CRV. And it just, I like the car. Don't get me wrong. It's just there's more things that can break. And they're not essential things, which is like, that it's just another potential failure point, which is not fun. No, the fire. Tell me, when you film scripted, do you like one character's parts at a time and then move the tripod after all the lines? Yes, that's exactly what I do. So for example, like I did Don Rogers first, and that was a little bit of a pain in the ass because I had to constantly move the camera a little bit further away. But yeah, so that's what I'll do. I'll do character by character. Filming, it depends on how many characters I have. So because I have a larger living room now, I've been able to fit like 16 characters in an episode, which is half the league. So sometimes I'll fly through filming if I really don't have time, but then I'm going to have to spend more time editing to, make up for the fact that the filming doesn't look that great. So filming, the writing can be anywhere from like an hour and a half to like 3 hours. Then the filming aspect is usually an hour and a half to 3 hours. And then editing could be from 2 hours to like 4.5. So, and I usually just do that all in one day. Malcatera, respect how fair and reasonable you are. You are one of the good ones. Also, maybe Don will make it to the window to listen outside by the Super Bowl because technically not in the house. It'll be a little cold, but I got plans. Doctor, you don't watch the Natty on Monday. I'm probably not, no. I'm probably going to be making every NFL fan's reaction to the divisional round and working on scripted and potentially power rankings. Eddie with Day of Fire. Tom, it's my 4th birthday. Hey, Eddie! Happy freaking fracking birthday. Watch Special Forces World Toughest Test. The season had feature Randall Cobb, Eric Decker, and Johnny Manziel. I think I heard of it, but I have not seen any of it. Is it good? I also want nothing but the best for Randall Cobb. I love Randall Cobb. So, yeah, that's why. That's why. That's great. Randall Cobb is always a legend. Live stream or prime time? Yeah, Three's a Crowd. Listen, I'll be very, very honest with you. How many subs do you have? Let's see. All right, 65. So YouTube is going to limit you to how many viewers you can have in your live streams. So I would start making VODs and shorts ASAP so you can get over 1,000 subscribers so you don't have that limitation on you anymore. That would be, if you're going to constantly stream and you want to stream, it is going to be very difficult for you to be found because of the algorithm and because YouTube definitely does not push folks streaming if they have under 1,000. So try and get that first, VODs and shorts. Little Taryn, I know the ACL issues with Parsons and Kraft were rough. With how much healthier Watson was this year, maybe he can help them get healthier too. Man, listen, I'll take whatever. But the fact that Micah Parsons was already doing leg raises like a week after is pretty crazy. Crack with Taryn, do you think JJ McCarthy will turn into a franchise QB? I haven't seen enough of him. There's things I don't like about it. There's times where he just doesn't look good. But then his accuracy is fine at some points. I think he's just a young quarterback. So, yeah. Captain Tom, curious, will we ever do a behind the scenes for different videos and streams? Also think Harbaugh finally make the Giants relevant. I thought the Giants were already going to be solid just by getting healthier this next season. So now that they have Harbaugh, yeah, I think they'll be pretty good. I feel like I did. I feel like I recorded one a while ago, right? Like years ago. I think it was called like a Tuesday or something. Every time that I have wanted to do that, to be completely honest with you, I'll film for a day and then I'm like, this is taking too much time for me to film myself because I need to get all this work done. So if I randomly get another person to film me for like an entire week, then yes. For military, and yeah, I've definitely enjoyed it. Always an interesting lineup of participants. I appreciate you, Eddie. thank you for the recommendation. Do you think if Greenland becomes part of the U.S., should Canada be worried? My Canadian friends are scared of being annexed. If Greenland becomes part of the United States, then we should be in the streets protesting. Because no. So I understand the fear, but no. Because that's ridiculous. Alex Fire, Bears fans here. Not that you shouldn't be fair. It's ridiculous that this is even a conversation, unfortunately. Bears fan here, an Oregon State alum. How's Musgrave been for you guys? He was a beast for my Beavers. First of all, Beast for My Beaver. Great band name? Film name. Musgrave is solid. He's good. We drafted him and thought he was going to be tight end 1, but then Tucker Kraft just started to be like a monster. So he's kind of taken over like as tight end 1, but he's solid. He's definitely solid. John, time after you hit 1 million, are you still going to stream every primetime game and every Packers game next season? I'm 99% sure yes for next season. Yes. I'm 99% sure. Yes. I don't think that's going to change. Because I like streaming every primetime game. It's fun. I enjoy streaming and interacting with folks. So it helps with my programming as I am AI. But I feel like there is probably going to be a time where like I'll miss a primetime game because either I am doing a charity thing and like going to a stadium, or I don't know. Because the primetime games are pretty like spread out. The only time where it's like a really big problem, and really big is how big are the problems? Like is if like there's a Packers game right before it, just because then it's like, all right, there's 2 videos that gotta get out in between, and that's a little bit difficult, and they don't, then it's just like a really long night. But if that's my biggest issue, I just enjoy doing it. But I'm 99% sure that it's going to still happen, at least for this upcoming season. So, if you could host any guest in the world on your podcast, who would your number 1 choice be? Also, if you could guest on any podcast, say The New Heights or some other, which one would it be? My number 1 that I've always wanted to be on, Hot Ones. Hot Ones, I love hot sauces, and they accommodate vegans. So, that is number 1. And then 2, if I could have any guest... Any guest. Okay. So I don't have $40 million to pay Michael Jordan, but one of the things, or some of the people that I've wanted to interview, which by the way, that is also going to be a focus, I'm hoping, in this next season. I really miss interviewing. I love interviewing so much. I really want to get back. I want to do Chaotic Good Sports again. This is a crazy season. I want to interview someone who at some point in their life was considered like the best at something. So let me give you an example. Kenny Omega, phenomenal wrestler. I think there is an incredibly strong argument that could be made that at one point he was the greatest wrestler on the planet. I like wrestling, so it's obviously a passion. I want to talk to, because I really want to talk about like mindset for that, and then also like realization as to when, because like that's a pretty crazy thing, or if that doesn't even register, right? Because that's other people's opinions. I would really like that. And or franchise guys, if we're going back to football, like I would love to sit down and talk to Trevor Lawrence. Like I would love to sit down and talk to a Joe Burrow. Even Aaron Rodgers, I told you, my number 1 question for Aaron Rodgers would be like, hey, family night, first year, like you're getting booed by the Green Bay Packers fans. As you started playing better and as fans started cheering you, did you hold on to any of that and be like, oh, you were just booing me. Because I'm legitimately curious, like, what mindset is there. So, yeah. Day of the 5. We had ex-Greenland. We give Denmark, Minnesota, and Alaska a soul for a soul. Wouldn't that trigger Article 5 and the U.S. could be at war with NATO? We'll see what happens, man. I don't know. We're gonna be nice to Minnesota right now, but not to we can give them the Vikings though. We can give them, honestly, give them the Vikings. Sanjay saying, hello, what is your tip on handling a conversation with your father-in-law about football? If you're a foreigner with no exposure, the names elude me. I think it's just like finding that relativity, right? Like, so if you find out what they like about football, is it the sport itself? Is it a specific team? And then you learn more about either like the sport itself and just learning like the terminology or at least how the game is played. And if it's a specific team, they start looking up some specific team stuffs. And all of a sudden, relation. If I came into the stream and you said, Beast for my beavers, and I just want it known that I'll use that as my online name forever. Thank you, Alexa. Again, Beast for my beavers. That's a great one. Rock Tour interview on Talk is Jericho. I will sing Judas. Gara Tour, definitely don't want a civil war out of this. Yeah, no. Toxicated Fire. Tommy! Why would my glorious Jacob spend the bye week next to Levi's electrical substation? He just wanted to see if he would turn into Electro. He didn't. He didn't. Spoilers. It's a tough one. Mark, I'll see bits and pieces of it. Yeah, if I can go to a game, I'll try. But we'll see. I know that the ticket prices are insane. I'm going to be doing 30 and 30, so I don't know if I'll have time to, but just do the best we can. Who am I rooting for? Daniel, I'm just hoping for good games, man. Be nice if the Bears lose, but I'm hoping for just good games. Coffee Fire interview, me, Tom. I won my family ping pong tournament back in 1988. I told you, I won second place on a Carnival cruise ship when I was a teenager in a ping pong tournament. And it was only because I didn't face off against the person who ultimately won in the matchup beforehand, because she would have kicked my ass. But I won. I had a little like silver Carnival cruise like trophy. I don't know where it is anymore, but and so that was the thing too. I have always wanted a ping pong table. My entire life I've always wanted a ping pong table, and I've never had one. I had an air hockey table, which was really, really cool, but we never had space for a ping pong table. And I love ping pong. When I went to college, in my dorm, there was a ping pong table. Dude, we played till like 2 o'clock in the morning. I love ping pong. So as soon as I moved into this house, and I mean literally the day after I moved into this house, there was a ping pong table getting delivered, because I was like, that's one of my first purchases. I am buying a ping pong table. And Maya and I had played ping pong beforehand, like if we were out at a bar and they had like ping pong or something like that. And I would win because like I was decent at ping pong. Maya is a former D1 collegiate tennis athlete. And we went to Japan last year, and there was ping pong. And it was a wooden table, right? It was a little bit weird, just like the ball. And she beat me. And I was like, damn. All right. Okay. Maya's half Japanese, and I was just like, home field advantage. Who knows? She has started utilizing her tennis experience when she plays ping pong. She is whooping my ass. I mean, she's got the tennis feet going. She's got the backspin going. And like, when we first started playing, never played ping pong. And now, like, that we played the last time, I was able to get a really good win. The first game I won, and I was like, yes, whoop my ass the last two. And I mean, it wasn't close. So, yeah, ping pong. I love ping pong. It's great. But I also, and I'll never call it this, I'll never call bags. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I love cornhole. Love cornhole. I'm pretty good at it. But in the Midwest, people be real good at it. So Maya's cousin, this was like shortly after we moved. I didn't get a chance to go. I think honestly I was streaming like the preseason game. Maya's cousin, who lives like about half an hour from us, she hosts a cornhole tournament every year at their house. And I'm like, the competitive part of me, I want to go against like a Midwesterner just to see where I'm at. Because I've gone against Midwesterners before. It was in doubles, it wasn't singles, and we've had some good ones. I want to see where my skill level is at. Even if I get blown out, I'll get better, Nasty Fire, I had a bet that every team would make a field goal during the wild card. The Packers were the only team not to make one. Why, McManus? Why? Indeed, why? Rogan Fire, Tom, am I dreaming of the Sabres finally good? Or are we staring at Bruce Almighty? You are starring in Bruce Almighty, yes. You are. Mm-hmm. I hate to tell you, but hey, listen, enjoy it while you can. Animated Fire, we had a pool table with a ping pong topper. Highly recommend. That's what we're talking about. Arbiter Fire, Grossi Supreme. I have not played pickleball. No, I have never played pickleball. I don't know how much of an interest I have in pickleball. Zooter, I literally was thinking about you today. I thought about you during GPS. I think we were talking about the Eagles for a hot second. And I was like, I wonder where Zooter is. They're not running the league, my friend. We won the same amount. We are on the couch together. That's tough, bud. That's tough. That's it. Cedar Rapids. Some good cornhole playing. Okay. Listen, I'm about it. So do tailgates frequently? Exactly. Yeah, no, they'll be good. Because also, like, if we're playing by, like, regulation, man, like, it's far. It's very, very far. So, Coda, I have not seen it. I know it came out, but I have not seen it. So, oh, man, but it's so good. So good. Hey, Penguin, appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, it's the wind chill. B-Bard, I have said that so many times. Maya's like, what's the temperature like there? I was like, it's not bad. It's the wind, though, that's really bad. And I was like, yup. It took me like 5 minutes to be like, yeah, this is a phrase I would be a go-to. Car 5, once got second place in Boy Scout Monopoly tournament against nearly 30 scout troops. I lost my own Scoutmaster after nearly 9 hours. Respect. That's respect. Venator, thanks for taking care of our doggo Pickles. I'll send the invoice. Gadget, so I've been playing ping pong for 30 years. I'm good. I thought I was good. I thought I was. And Maya just... Yeah, I gotta get better. I'm not as good as I used to be. It's the eyes. My stupid vision. That's what it is. Snowing good here in Green Bay? Yeah. Traffic got you. I was on WBAY this morning. I got up at 6:30 in the morning to do an interview with them. A lot of traffic this morning. Big. I come from a long line of euchre players. When I had to trump my partner's ace, I was almost disowned, but I had to follow suit. Midwest is best. I need to be taught how to play that, and also probably how to pronounce that too. I need to be taught. I'm willing to be taught, but I do need to be taught. I do. I got it right. Let's go. Nailed it. Probably gonna nail the game too. Let's go. I have no idea how the game's played at all. Not even a little bit. How would you feel if another creator made a series that parodied one of your series? Rock out. It's YouTube. Internet's a big place. That's all. Show me the way of the ping pong Jedi. Dude, I'm not that person anymore. When Maya comes home next week, we have to move some boxes out of the garage, but maybe I will challenge her. It'll be cold. She's not used to the Wisconsin cold because she's been away. I could use that to my advantage. Yes. I can do it. How's it feel for our team, Bears, to beat you? It feels weird because it doesn't happen very often. Can you spin the ball at all? Yes. My serve is interesting. I hit the ball like that, so it puts a spin on the ball, and I try to catch the corner. So there are times where I will do a serve, and I'm like, I don't even know how I did that. That was impressive. But, yeah. I've tried to put a little spin on it. A little bit. I want to get good, though. I definitely want to. Ping pong for a charity stream. See, they're 100%. The problem would be where I put the ping pong table because it's like insanely heavy, and I don't know if I can bring a camera into the garage. We'll see. 0 to 5. We hire McDaniels. I'll undo the Infinity Gauntlet and unevaporate myself. Oh, we're on the off season. Oh, maybe I shouldn't snap. But yes. And to a dread from it, run from it. Destiny arrives. Rams at Seattle. I hope so. I hope so. Have I ever played court tennis against her? No, I've told her I would love to play tennis with her. I would suck, and I know I'd suck. I've barely played tennis ever in my life. So she would destroy me. But, yeah. Yeah. Basement, yeah, over here it would be, but then I would need to get a really, really long USB-C cable to USB, like really long, to try and film it in there. So, did she just laugh? She's in New York, so maybe, but I don't know. I've tried badminton. Oh, dude, I have a badminton story. Listen, Tom Grossi, the funny man who knows the football I watch on cyberspace. What happens to the Giants if they fumble hiring Harbaugh? Everyone will laugh at them, which I think was the point of all those articles coming out, because they announced it pretty damn early, but I don't think they're going to screw it up. I don't think so. When I was in high school, I was really good at badminton. Like I was, when played against her. Got you. No one has a good mitten story. No, this was a humbling story. In high school, I was really good at two things when it came to PE. I was really good at badminton, and I was really good at volleyball. I had a good serve. I was like very accurate with my serve. It wasn't anything like crazy. It wasn't even overhand, but like I had a nice underhand serve. I still will never forget, we were like in the tournament and we were in like one of the final matches and I totally hit it in bounds. They called it out of bounds. I was like, that's BS, but that's fine. Definitely didn't haunt me my entire life. Anyway, I was good at two things. I was good at badminton and I was good at volleyball. I was pretty damn good at badminton. Like I would win pretty frequently. And I was like, oh, okay. So I go to SUNY New Paltz, right? And there's a badminton club. Let's do it. Cool. I'll go badminton club. I played against two people. I don't even know if I scored a point. They humiliated me. I thought I was decent at badminton. Oh no. I have never seen the birdie move that fast. Oh my God, did they whoop my ass. So, yeah. I didn't really play a lot of badminton after that. Because I was like, I don't think I'm ever gonna get that good at this. Sarah, the most evil I've ever heard you sound outside of acting for coaches stuff is you saying it's not just Aaron Rodgers who owns you, Bears, the Packers do. That's right. Card 2, I swear every high school guy was good at badminton. Badminton's great. I was tall for him. That's it. That's why I was a goalie in soccer. I was tall and lanky. And they're like, get in there. I'm like, I don't wanna. They're like, get in there. And that was it. Maybe the same for me. I was like, oh, okay, good. You get humbled real quick, though. Real quick. Dude, badminton's crazy. Like, watching pros do it. Chess. I haven't played chess in a while. I haven't played chess in a hot minute. I always liked chess. I did chess club in high school because my college Italian teacher ran it. It was fun. And then lack of practice. I'm not good anymore. So, Risha, we have collabed with Benchwarmer Brand. Great creator. No, we had him on for the Millie stream, actually. So, yes. Danny, you're a goalkeeper for soccer? Yes. Yeah. Scooter Grossi. Oh, Scooter would probably kill me in chess. I haven't played in a really, really long time. So, it's been a hot minute. So, start all the water sports in the pool. I can't wait to have a full summer of a pool. Oh my God, I've never had. I forgot how much I miss swimming. Oh my God. Just having that, because that was like I'll wake up before GPS and go in for like 30 minutes and do laps. Oh my God. I'm very happy that this house, it's not a prerequisite, but man, had a lake growing up. Yeah, I used to go swim at that lake that you see in Coach. Yep. That is, oh wait a minute, I can actually reveal what that lake is now. Dude, it's super dirty now. It's super dirty. This is going to be weird seeing out of the context of Coach. You got Terry. Did you spike like Ben Stiller beating the parents? No. I was really good at blocking, though, because I was tall. There it is. Look at that. Yep, I filmed there. There's the beach right there. Look at that. There's the beach. So the way that this works, there's a parking lot like over here, and you'd walk down the beach, and then this is the hill with Linda and Tom. You walk around, and there's like a playground over here, but there's the bench for Grandpa Cardinal. There's the bench for Grandpa Cardinal. There you go. I don't know what that random flower is. That's the one. That's the beach. Yep. My God, this thing made so much noise. It got picked up in the camera all the freaking time. I haven't really filmed over here, but this is where the bench is. Right there. It's super small, and it's so dirty. Like, the water has gotten so nasty. It looks nice at times. It's not. It's not very nice. But the beach, it is. Boto, looking for a coach, guaranteed 15 plus years. You'll never fire him. Sarah Tur, wait, how tall are you? I'm 6 foot. And I know that's what 5'11" folks say. Fine. It does say when I was 18, I think it did say I was 5'11", but I'm 6 foot now. I pulled out a tape measure. But yeah, that's where I'm at. It's not super tall, but I like my height. How many millions did you pay to have the lake to yourself? I don't know if I've ever been more frustrated filming than at that lake. Oh my God. Like that. The amount of times there was like landscaping going on and there was leaf blowers. And it's just people trying to do their job. And I'm just an idiot trying to film a YouTube video. But oh my God, I would be filming like an emotional scene and you would hear like it ruined so many takes. Trucks going by because the road is right there. The worst. I hated it. Balto 20, looking like start of Lake Placid. Where's Betty White? Listen, the alligator's coming. An alligator, where's it a crocodile? It might have been a crocodile. It could have been. Tell people I'm 5'7", I'm really 5'6". Hey, listen, whatever. That's it. Finn, I got plans. I got plans either for the beach that, the Great Lake, or I'm just going to go back to New York. Sarah Tira, no, my little brother's actually 6 feet. I believe you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Brandon, the best fit would be McDaniel, but you're going to be fighting for him. Bubba, I have not seen it. I've heard things, though. I have heard things. 8 plans for my 11th anniversary? Probably not. It'll be just for the Millie, you know? How would I feel standing next to a 6'4" person? I've stood next to very tall people before. Doesn't bother me none. That's it. Sparkle Lake is a pretty name. It doesn't sparkle anymore. It doesn't. There was I don't know if he's still there. There was a giant snake that used to live in Sparkle Lake. Nope. It was large because my buddy, literally my best friend growing up, lived close by. Oh, no. Like it'd come out of the water. Good. What if we hit 1 million on your anniversary? Rose, I think your timing's going to be a little bit off. I think it's going to be off. I have no idea what kind of snake. I have no idea. Not a baby. Yep, nope, not a baby seat car strap. I told you back in my youth when I was a kid, I used to like collect snakes. We all let them go like at the end of the day. But yeah, man, I used to like go and turn over rocks and like hold on snakes and stuff. What's up? Danny Vito just reported that he is 6 feet also. I believe it. Still believe. I do think, if I'm trying to take a guess, I do think, Alec, there won't be continuity issues. Don't you worry. This weekend, so we're at what, 981? Let's see. Damn. Okay, even though I didn't put anything out today, damn, it's 981,502. So we'll definitely hit 982 tomorrow, likely 983. Sunday will be good because there's videos that are coming out too for the playoff games and the streams. Sunday, the Bears game will probably do pretty good because it's within the division and it's an NFC game. So if we get 983, I think potentially 984, optimistic 985 by the end of Sunday night, early Monday morning. I'll put out every fans Monday afternoon. That will get us a few 986, 987 on a good day. Scripted, I'm hoping to get out on Tuesday. That could, I think we're at 990 by a week from tomorrow. I think we're at 990. And then Sunday, 2 or 3 because of the videos that come out after the streams. And then I think it's going to start moving. I think once it hits 990, it's going to start really moving. Yeah, I can see it being like Wednesday or something. Rockwood Tour. I believe in a thing called love. Yeah, 19K to go. That's it. Really happy to see you this close to a mil. Still remember when you used to answer your students' questions on these streams. And sometimes I still do. That's it, Finn. That's it. What number will you start the Millie stream at? It's a great question. I think I'll know. I'm going to gauge it on how it's growing, but I'll know. I think if it starts moving really fast, I mean, I could do it 1,000 away if I want to go like the furthest, but we'll see. It also depends. Like, I have to get out content. I think once every fans for the championship Sunday comes out and scripted comes out, then it's just going to be a matter of days. I think it's going to be a matter of days. So I do think it's happening. Yeah, like within 2 weeks. Okay, so it's big fan of Chow. Top 4 movies all time. Again, I always break this up because like comedies, Spaceballs and Airplane like are some of my top comedies of all time. I'm a big Whiplash fan. I really like that. Arrival's one of my favorite sci-fi movies. Casablanca's up there too. Yeah, those are always hanging around. Sausage Fire, my 2 favorite YouTube channels, Tom Grossi, Red Letter Media, both of you from Wisconsin. A coincidence? Thanks, Tom. I mean, listen, I just moved to Wisconsin. I'm not gonna call myself a Wisconsinite. You know, don't want to be a poser. USA Airplane, but yes, I heard that they are in the area. I heard this. It's true. Jason Fire, Tom, you're the man. Thanks for putting up with Perna. Always. Real. Is your current profile pic going to be your permanent one? You've had it for 3 years. I don't know. I don't know what I would change it to. So, I don't know. I don't really think about my profile picture very often. Decker, they fired. Tom, thoughts on all the outdoor stadiums going away? Arrowhead and Soldier will be gone. Do you fear for Lambeau? Do you like outdoor games? Love outdoor games. Football should be played outdoors, right? There's good stuff about the domes. Don't get me wrong. I think like the Super Bowls, they be played in domes. Like that's totally fine. But yeah, I don't like it. I think also because you're getting rid of tradition too. You know, like Arrowhead was a stadium that like people traveled to go to experience a game in Arrowhead. Soldier Field was a game that people came from all around to experience the Bears losing in. So like you just don't want to get rid of that tradition, and I feel like just making it very standard domes makes it very boring. Fan an honest question, but no bias. You're selling yourself short. What do you think your own legacy is? Can I pee first? Because that's a deep question, and I have to think about how I'm going to answer that. Please hold. I gotta pee really bad, and then we're gonna stay on. We've gone 3 hours. We're gonna keep rocking. It's not like we're streaming tomorrow. It's the last Saturday. We're fine. Dos puppies. All right, we have returned. I'm mad when he comes back and turns the camera around. You know, I get it for the puppers, but for the chair too, and no offense, but fine. Fine. It's fine. All right, I'm going to pour a beer for this one. Probably not going to be drinking very much this weekend. All right. No bias or selling yourself short. Well, that's my secret, Cap. I always sell myself short. I don't know, man. I truly don't. That's a very complicated question. If I go the Mark Murphy route and be like, that's for other people to decide, a little bit of a cop-out. I don't know. I think it has changed significantly in terms of what the goal or the original starting point was. I mean, Johnny Barks will tell you, because I've had countless conversations with him about this. I've talked to Perna about this. And this is also like kind of something of a creators who had real jobs, before this. I always think this is going away. I truly always think this is going away. I'm going to take my first break in nearly 7 years. And I'm like, I don't know if anyone will still be here. Right. And that is just a algorithm being on YouTube forever. Also just doing this for so long. And it's a seasonal thing. What have you. That's not for, I don't need reassurance for that. But that's always going to be a fear because I'm so grateful to do this job. Like, this is a joke of a job in terms of the real jobs that I have worked. I work really hard at this joke of a job to make it less of a joke of a job, and try to do it in the right way to prevent it from becoming even more of a joke of a job. But I'm telling you, and I've been thinking about this when we hit 1 million subscribers, legitimately, and I mean this from the bottom of like my soul. This thing, and more specifically, like, you all have made me such a better person and have expanded way beyond like what I thought this could do. Like, the fact that the December stream in 2021 was like the real holy crap, raised $51,000 for charity. Like, that was, it might have been 52. I might be misquoting it, or 62 the next year. I can go back and look. Sorry. If it was 52, that is more money than I made in my salary for the first, so post-college, 6 years. Yeah. So, because I got hired as a teacher at 51.5, and we raised that in like 9 hours. And that was holy God, that is an insane amount of money that we just raised for this random charity that no one, like, they have no idea this is coming. And like that shifted something deep inside of me to be like, oh, I can hit 1 million. And like, now this is a thing that I want to do. And 30 and 30 and meeting people and like just being exposed to the people like behind the screen and with so much kindness and joy. Like, I had never experienced anything like that. The closest I have ever gotten to that was literally showing up at an event at my old school the year that I left. And like, I had students like screaming. As I've showed the video before, it always gets clean because there's music that's playing in the background. But like, just like the kindness of people was so overwhelming. And it was like, holy crap, like this is what this could be. Like, this is it. I've said it so many times, and I truly, I don't know how to convince you. Like, that changed the level of happiness I thought I could ever be in my life. Like, that was just such a joyous, grueling, exhausting, but immensely rewarding time in my life. And like from there, it just, we raised $1 million for charity, and that was after the international stadium tour when we streamed for, what was it, 13 hours to get that. Yeah, I mean, like, this has turned into a thing that constantly pushes me to try and be better and try to do well by people and try to do right by people and extend kindness. And like, it truly has just completely changed my outlook on life. It has changed my life. I mean, it's insane, man, just what this has done. And I hope, because I've said this before, like, if this was just football videos, especially now, it'd be really difficult for me to just like weigh this morally on myself of like, okay, yeah, let's talk about football while the things that are going on are going on. And that is like, you know, that's a tough one. And I still grapple with that. But like, being able to do objectively good things and show people, hey, like, I'll turn off ads. I'll do this during Packers games. I'll do this, like, just do good. And it's not even for the money that we've raised for charity, which is insane at nearly $2.5 million. It's the everyday people coming in, helping with a spreadsheet, helping with the math during the Millie stream, counting, make sure that this thing doesn't go under a certain amount. Like, the support is so insane, and it's so overwhelmingly kind. Like, I pray if this thing ended tomorrow, which I'll go get a job being a teacher or go to work at a bookstore or something. I don't know, man. I'll figure it out. I'm okay with that because of what we've been able to do outside of football. I am okay if I don't make another dollar doing this. I'll still make content. I'll have to go get another job, but I'll still make content because I enjoy just genuinely doing this. But yeah, it's if there's any legacy that comes out of that, I just hope that I am a weird normal dude. I'm a 35-year-old man who's got a Nike check mark of a receding hairline, former teacher, but like, who gives a little bit of a shit about people and wants to do right by people, and now has a vehicle to constantly try and do good for other people. And like, it feels so good. And it's so amazing to see people do that. And it has nothing to do with like donating to these charities, of just like participating in something that is good. I don't know, man. Like, it gives me so much hope for people, because it's just strangers who have very different beliefs and very different backgrounds in a time where everybody hates one another, to come together and be like, hey, let's support veterans' kids, right? Let's support the homeless in Milwaukee. Let's support these kids with cancer. And it's not for subscribers. It's not for wealth. It's just, hey, let's just do this good thing. And I think like that, I could only pray that that is my legacy. But I don't know, man. I just want to be happy. And this thing has made me incredibly happy. And to be able to do good has made me very happy. But like, there is also a lot that I am going to sit with, because a lot has happened very quickly, and there has not been a full processing of everything that's happened. So yeah, I hope that people just do good, and you don't got to be this certain person to do that good. You really don't. You could just be a normal person that just, hey, I care a little bit about people. I want to make this person's day a little bit better. I want to help. And it has nothing to do with money. It's your time and it's your effort. So, yeah, man. I hope it's that. If there's one. Or funny couch reaction guy. I'll take either one. So, yeah, that's it. Adrian with a fire. That was a really long answer, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think about my legacy very often. It's just there is a responsibility that comes with this, and like I know it's a silly football channel, but like I take it seriously because I don't know. We've been able to do things that other people have not done with their platform, and I think that's really cool. Adrian, they fire. Can't wait for the Millie stream. Most impressed with your dedication to this. You were my top sports creator of 2025. I appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, it is going to be such a relief, man. There's not even going to be a subscribe end credit scene once I hit 1 million. It ain't Twitch here. I don't get money for subscribers. It's just this is a goal. It's a goal I want to hit, and we're going to do it. Cal to fire at the casino right now playing poker. You play listening to this Q&A with my AirPod in. Fold on your next hand. I've played poker a handful of times in my life. Do I fully understand? There was a time I did. Now, no, I don't remember how to play poker at this point. All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on, please hold. Hawkwood Tour. Yes, I have heard Guar's cover of Pink Pony Club. It's fantastic. Skybird saying, been listening for a while. It's been a while. Found the address of the house I grew up here in Japan for a year. Gonna visit it later and show my mom the pics. Haven't seen it in 30 years. Hell yeah. That sounds like a thing worth doing. Ian with a fire. The Bears win the Super Bowl. Caleb Williams with a cheese grater needs to be the profile pic, speaking as a Packers fan. Over my dead, rotting corpse. And Miser with a fire. Pack. Gone. Intoxicated with a fire. All right, I must be a way to play a silly Marvel mobile game for the internet nerds when drinking tequila with my PJs. Have the rest of your stream. That sounds like a great night. Intoxicated, please stop rooting for the Meteor. Go Hawks. Kelly Tanner said, been thinking about being a good villager. How do you balance the responsibility to give back and take care of your community with the need of taking care of yourself? Self-care equals community care. That's my secret, Captain. I don't. I've tried to get better at that. You folded pocket aces? Excellent. Get him on the next one. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I talked about this on the last Q&A when we were doing the fundraiser. I also applied for another fundraiser that I was going to try to make tonight. Unfortunately, it has not gone through yet, but don't worry. That'll be an upcoming Q&A as well. We're going to do The Bridge, which is an awesome Minneapolis-based charity. I don't know what else to do. So I think at this point, if you're looking at things going, hey, things are not good, and I don't think things are good, it's how can you help, right? And I do think bringing a lot of people together who may be very different to be like, hey, man, like, no, like, actually you have a lot in common with your neighbor, right? Like, look at these cool things that we can do together. I think that's helpful. I don't know how helpful it is. Might be just justifying making football content. But, yeah, I don't... I understand the need for self-care. Once we hit the goal, that'll be more of a priority. But we've been prioritizing it a little bit by bit, just a little bit. So to Tara, Tom, really touched by how much you like Knights in White Satin, that and Unchained Melody, and When a Man Loves a Woman, best love songs. Unchained Melody. Cheers, folks. So excellent songs. Johnny the Terran Chiefs fan here, but your casting videos made me love football again. It's a dope sport, man. I hate that, there's a lot around it that I am not a huge fan of. And I know eventually this is going to go the way of all things and just be in the pursuit of money, but I love the sport, man. And I do love the Packers. Go to her, Tom. You're truly second to no one. See, that's not true, though. See, like that's what I mean. Just a guy. Just a dude. And this isn't like, no, Tom, you're the... We're not seeking validation. We're not seeking reassurance. It is truly, I worked really hard at this. Like, I did. And you can define that because it is a streamer, and YouTuber. I I've been doing this for nearly 11 years, and 6 out of those 11 years, I worked another full-time job as a teacher. And man, like, as the year that I quit teaching, I was like, this has to be more than just I get to enjoy my life and make more money than I was teaching. Like, this has to leave teach, and I love teaching. To leave that, this has to do something. And so we started raising money for charity. Man, so like that's if I did not have that, I don't know the longevity of this, because like I just wouldn't be able to justify it for myself. So, yeah. But again, it's just I worked really hard at the thing. I worked really hard. I dedicated myself to the thing to an unhealthy amount. I dedicated myself to the thing. But man, like you don't have to do this to make people's lives better. Like it truly. And I know it's coming from a football YouTuber, whatever, but like just as a person who doesn't know a lot of times what to do with the current situation and past situations, man, like it makes a difference. Just like being there for your people, being there for your community, doing random ass acts of kindness that benefit you for no reason. Like there's no incentive to do it. It's good, man. Like it's good for the soul. It's just good for people, and it helps. It just helps. So that's it. All that matters. And let's see here. Thomas with 20. Tom, quick gear question. Got you. What's your current studio setup look like? Mixers, interface, mic. Working on building my own podcast setup for my podcast. Talking sports with UWL. Thomas, would love to have you on sometime. Shoot me an email in the off season. It's probably gonna be after June though. Just an FYI. I use a Rodecaster, NT1A mics, and pop filters. That's about it. And then I just plug this in via USB. And yeah, it's great. I highly recommend, like, because these are expensive. If you're just starting out with stuff, I don't know what level you're at, don't buy super expensive stuff, because if you hate it in 6 months, I don't want you to spend a lot of money on equipment. You could do stuff off your phone now, which is a lot easier. You could do lav mics. Snowball mics have been around for a while. So, Alex, do you play any video games you ever had time? I play a lot of Slay the Spire when I have time. I have not played it in a very long time. I'm going to try to play Ghost of Yotei and Red Dead 2 this off season. Cat, sorry about the pocket aces. Porto to Fire Tom. Just got my flying job back. I'll be based in MKE. Want to be roommates? I'll pay rent. P.S. I'm a Packers fan. You must live in the pool. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. You don't have to pay rent, but you have to live in the pool. Gatura, no joke. I have a Pocket Jacks right now. Help. Just look really confident and just repeat back the question of whatever the dealer or anybody at the table says to you. If they're just like, what would you like to do? I'd be like, what would you like to do? They'll be like, sir? And you'd be like, sir? Madam? Just keep on. That's it. That's all. Rosa to 569. Damn, I love Soppy Tom so much. I'm ready to run through a brick wall for that guy. Love you, Tom. Can't wait for $1 million whenever that is. We'll rock. Sarah, that's saying sounds like ambition talking. A little bit. Sebastian, are you ready for Coach Season 6? I need to get this out of me. Yes, I need to get this out of me. Ashton Turner, speaking to community building as a therapist, I'm very intentional with my time. I can't say yes to everything, but I make space to say yes to at least a few per month and invest in your people. People are worth investing in. Jennifer, if you could join a vocal group, which one and why? Backstreet Boys, yeah. Because Backstreet's back. All right. That's the only reason why. Now, I'm going to drive all the way back to work because I took the back door key by accident. I'm not working until Tuesday, and coworkers are laughing at me. I can't believe it. But at least you get to go home, right? It's rough. It's rough. It's not fun. It's not fun. But you're done, right? Should we fire up some karaoke? Let's do Blink-182. By the way, who got 49ers Seahawks? I do have the Seahawks. I'm so sorry. I have done karaoke one time with Maya in Japan. We sang. Tasso 20. I've been doing my podcast for about 2 years now on Spotify. Starting to put content on YouTube too. Also starting to stream games too. I've hosted some big name guests, including a national sports talk radio show. Hey, rock out, man. That's awesome. Yeah, put stuff out on YouTube. Because I just did it on SoundCloud forever. But YouTube is where you're actually going to grow. Yeah. Rishi with A5. What would it take, Super Chat baby, for you to sing the complete song Bear Down? Chicago Bears live on stream if the Bears win against the Rams. See, that's the best part about not taking sponsors. I can't be swayed with money. Tom, I won't donate to you. Okay, you shouldn't. It's a free show. Rock out. You don't have to pay anything. Can't buy me. You can't do it. We'll never sell out. My dream job is to travel and see the world. Whose isn't? Whose isn't? That's it. Got a bunch of new members. Oh, did not come through? Oh, Rose, thank you. Thank you for the tenor. And hold on, sorry, it didn't pop up for the stream. And Captain, thank you for 5 memberships. Appreciate you. Tom, I don't get seen because I don't super chat. It's okay, Nash. Just during the streams. This is perfect time. Love you and Perna and everything you guys do. Thank you. Nash, don't have to super chat. It's for free. For free. Sorry, I miss things sometimes. Easy to fire. I was watching Robin Hood Men in Tights. Then I came here to see a resemblance. Really? With Carrie? That's a compliment. Thank you. Rongo Turi, did you see the Packers blew 18 points vid after loss? What? I made videos about it. I did do that. Michigan, again, it depends on your content. If you're doing short content, are you doing VODs, or are you doing live streams? Get into shorts. It's a different algorithm. It'll help out. Be consistent. And try to be topical. Can we get an ad? Sure. Pens. They write. Sponsored by Tom Grossi. There you go. We're up. I do look like I don't think I look like him. I don't think so. Is it because of our blonde hair? Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you, thank you. What do you think makes the Jags lose? Not settling for points and also the turnovers. Penguin, which when I put my dog down last year and hyperfixated on football afterwards, community that you built here and the positivity that you hold on to helped me guide through my grief. Thank you for all your anonymous help. Penguin. And see, that's the thing too. I'm glad that it was helpful. However, Penguin, man, I unfortunately have been there. But you did that. I'm glad that things helped. But you did that. That's your own strength. Richie, Pink Pony Club signed by Wildflower will always slap. It's true. Certified, your opinion is the hottest coach character besides Tom himself, obviously. Who's the hottest coach character? All right, let's see. I'm gonna go through the sagas too. It's a good question. I don't know if it's a good question, but it is a question that is making me think. I feel like I don't know. Papa. That's fantastic. That's Tome, obviously Tome. I mean, Tome just oozes sexuality. It's the confidence, really. Captain Finn Oakley. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Tome just for the personality. That's it. So, Bronco with a tour. It's on YouTube. It's a short video from their locker room. Ah, got you. No, I have not seen it. I have not. K-Chan, I'm a 33-year-old man who can apparently hit the high notes in golden. I have so many questions, like, is there helium in my apartment? Hey, listen, that means that you need to start performing live. Cash in. You know? Barto to fire. Crash pad at the pool with the Dolphins in Eugene. That's a good time. The power of free is strong in the pilot world. Thanks, good for laugh. Last for the wife and I. Oh, I got you. I appreciate you. Hope you're both doing well and hope you have a great weekend. If I donate you to play Madden, no, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with time. I don't have the time. That's the issue. Is Wildflower scripted in the one of the sagas the exact same Wildflower and it's so ready to fit in the timeline? I can't reveal that yet. It will be revealed, though. I promise you. I promise you. There you go, K-Chan. Of course, someone's got it. All right, let's see here. Let's see. It was a week ago, right? Okay. Cleaning gutters. Boring. Here we go. They 252 Wildflower. He does have a pointy stick. They 5 are saying, did an ancestry test, got the legacy bloodline related to JFK, Elvis, Robert Frost, and the Baldwins. What's your origin famous ancestor? I've never done a DNA test, so I'm Tom. Dang, I've not played Arc Raiders. I've heard good things, but I've not played it. On the Ring app, 5 days ago. Trying to watch the New York Jets game, can't find it. Does anyone know what channel they're on? On the Ring app. Seriously, I can't post a message about something serious without it not being approved, and now I'm seeing a TV guide question. OP goes, what channel is the TV guide? Neighbor 24, not this channel. Neighbor 9, the Jets and Giants are on byes this week as the number 1 seeds are the first week of the playoffs. Same as the Giants. The Jets are cleaning the Giants stadium. Wait till September. Ha ha. Ha ha. I hear Vinny Testaverde is starting for the Jets today. Same time as the Giants. Anyone looking for their misdelivered Amazon packages? There it is. Mr. Terry! What's going on? Okay, here. I don't know if this is... No, that's not going to be good. Okay. Reinstall carpet. Christmas tree in the middle of the road. Be careful. Did you move it so no one else hits it? No, they posted about it online instead. Giving a location would make this post helpful. Thanks for stopping and moving it. And a poop emoji. Thank you for moving it and/or providing a location. How did it get there? Did it still have the lights and ornaments? Where? Yup, I hit it this morning and almost ended up in the woods. Oh, geez. So there's Christmas trees in the middle of the yard. No one called the police, though. No one did. Missing package. Okay. Okay, vinyl flooring. Okay. Verizon cellular outage. I got hit by that. 77 comments. Hello, everyone. Is anyone having an issue with using their phones that use Verizon as their phone carrier? My family and I have SOS on our phones, no cellular data, and can't make calls. Thank you for your help. Neighbor 1, yes. You can turn on Wi-Fi calling. Yes. 3 exclamation points. Although it's good for some quiet time. My rotary still works. Yes, Verizon's down. It's nationwide. It's on your side. Yes, it's all across the U.S. Everyone's having a problem for the last 3 hours. Not here. Thousands of people are having Verizon problems. Yes. I was at Verizon earlier. They mentioned it's a global outage. Same here. Yes. Yes. North Carolina here. Why are they there? No issue here. It's all over the news. Mr. Terry, yes, your question for Q&A. I'm happy to answer. Please. Yes. Larry the Terror. Shucks, no man. Can you lease that? Duval. I got you. I got you. Dalmatian. 16 hours ago. Did we have a tornado? Is that possible this time of year? Neighbor 28. No tornado, just the wind choosing violence for a minute. I can't find my car. I swear I parked it right here outside my house. Was Verizon. It sure is windy enough. Category 5 winter tornado, first ever recorded in modern history. It's on the news. Anything is possible. I don't know, but my neighbor's recyclables were all over my yard. Really? Nope, just very windy. More like a microburst. That's what she said. No, the wind woke me up. Call the police. Call the police. Excellent. Excellent. And finally, from 2 hours ago. This is the most important one. Anyone know why Taco Bell is closed? Neighbor 7. Because it's not open. Which one? There are 3 in the area. Yeah. Watch out. Maybe the employees ate some of their own food. Call the police. Excellent. 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 Roger, dude, where's my car? I don't know, where's my car? Mr. Terry, what's the biggest reason European representatives didn't invite representatives from Africa to the Berlin Conference in 1884? What's the biggest reason? Apathy, I might say, Mr. Terry. When they're just like, hey guys, yeah, we're just gonna take all of this. So cool. Yeah, maybe apathy. Yeah. Other than they did not care. I mean, I think it speaks volumes to also how they looked at Africa. Yeah, because I think they just saw him as a non-threat. Because at that point, late 1800s, right, you're starting to get machine guns. Be with a tour. Winter tornadoes in Wisconsin are rare, but possible. Tom, I refuse to pay you anything unless you give me a time sync right now. 10:15 Central. Hi, 20. After the worst week in my career, I'm grateful for supportive colleagues, friends, and this community. Q&A is my reset and safe space, full of support and care. Thanks for cultivating that vibe, Tom, mods, and all the Grossi. Heidi, worst week ever in your career? That's a big one. Make sure, take some time for yourself. Yeah, that's, ooh. Now, Heidi, don't donate. Is the whole week bad? Or is it just like the majority of the days? Was it a Monday, Wednesday, Friday situation? Because... yeah, sometimes that week just sucks. Sometimes it is just not fun. So, Josh, Taco Bell closing, conspiracy? What about the electrical substation? Is there Taco Bell open? That's the question. So, yep. Oh, no good, Heidi. I'm very sorry to hear that. I got you. Sending nothing but a whole lot of love. Take some time for yourself. 100%. Hey, we're talking about football. Jordan Love, top 5 QB, top 10 QB. Top 5 depends on the season. So, yeah, that's it. What if James Garfield's doctor cleaned his surgical tools? Fantastic. I wish there was a lot of folks that clean their surgical tools. That would be nice. A lot more people be alive. I hate when that gets you. I hate when it does. So, you gotta clean those things. Oh, hold on one second. It's Maya. Gotta check in, of course. Will I ever find happiness as a Cardinals fan? Yes. When? That one I don't know. I don't know when, but yeah. That's tough. Do I snowboard? I tried snowboarding once and I was terrible at it and I was like 13. Drive the fire. Poor Dylan Riola. Transferred from Nebraska to Oregon, hoping to get the starting job, only for Dante Moore to say, hold on! Ain't done yet. We got laundry. Yeah. I mean, listen, probably just going to transfer again, right? Most likely. Washing hands before surgery is good. It's solid. Does Maya ever watch me? Only when I sleep. Yeah. Only when I sleep. Like I just wake up at 2 a.m. and she's hovering over, just like eyes wide open. And I go, thank you. Because she's looking over, just making sure nothing happens to me while I sleep. So, yeah, it's good. No, Maya's not here, though. She's in New York. Beldar might be good easy. I think that. Yeah, rock in hand. No, she has not slept walk. Maya does what I do. We twitch in our sleep. Like there's a little shimmy that goes on, like when we're like really tired. Max of Fire, do you think the Cards would be a dark horse in 2027 if they hire Michael Floor? Max, I have said that the Cardinals are my dark horse for a very long time. It's going to be a long time until I say it again because they keep underperforming. It depends. Yeah, it depends on who they hire, but also they need a quarterback, man. So they gotta get things together. And if they're a bigger factory of sadness, Jets or Cardinals, I feel like it's Jets still. At least the Cardinals were in that Super Bowl against the Steelers, right? Mr. Terry, we literally were talking about White Man's Burden like an hour ago. We were just talking about that. We were talking about good old King Leopold going into the Congolese and killing 10 million people. Yeah. We're just talking about that, and they're like, oh, we're going to go educate. And doing horrific things. Captain, yeah, I imagine, 3/4 of your division makes it and you don't. So, you're talking about 19th century imperialism. It's a time, man. It's a time. Maya really enjoyed Joshua Tree. Yeah, no, she really, really liked it. She hiked a lot, but she thoroughly, thoroughly liked it. And then literally she was home for less than 48 hours. She got back on Saturday and then was out Monday morning. So, yep. But she'll be back on Monday. And I don't think we're traveling for a bit after that. So, that'll be nice. That'll be good. A leg shake. Yeah, there's a little twitch. There's a little twitch that goes on. So, Colorado, learning a ski or snowboard, they have to commit like 3-day weekend. You will suck the first day, by third you'll have a better idea. That makes sense, Dan. Yeah. Dude, I barely skied too. Like, I did like, French fries and pizza. I think that's what it was. But, yeah. Never was a skier. I'm more a hiker. I like to hike. Yes, Bojo, they're cousins. They are. They are. Craig Morton, there you go, Nash. There you go. Big With A Fire said, which Super Bowl matchup do you want the most out of the teams that are left? I think will happen would be the best Super Bowl. The best one, in my opinion, Seahawks-Texans, I think would be a lot of fun. Seahawks-Patriots, I think would be fun. Rams-Patriots, Rams-Texans. Yeah. Fernando Day Fire. Tonight we have Squall fans enjoying in Cancun. It's true. Big Cecil Rhodes energy right now. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, Mr. Terry? There's too many Cecil Rhodes in the world right now. And the world is not large enough. Oh, God. Between Japan and Germany during World War II, which would you rather serve in? Neither. Neither. I'm good. Hard pass on either. That's it. Bills, Bears. It could be fun. Not for me, but it could be fun. Oh, God, I'd be the biggest Bills fan you ever saw in your life. In your life. Bills, Rams would be really interesting. That'd be fun. I could see it. Yeah. I think Patriots and Rams would be fun, though, too. Yeah, I mean, just Broncos, because just the brand of football. Broncos, Bears would be insane. It would literally just be the fourth quarter. Spark Turret, can you watch the Bad Bunny Super Bowl trailer? Is that where he's like walking to a tree? I think I saw that. I think it popped up on my feed somewhere. He's put on a good show, I think. Really good. Kevin, take care. Kevin, by the way, I watched just because I watched the Leftovers series finale today. God, it's so beautiful. 30% of conscripted Soviet soldiers died in World War II. Mm-hmm. Decimated. Oh, terrible. It's so good. Captain Fi, I'd say the Cardinals-Steelers Super Bowl was one of the best ever. Madden 10 was 2 players on the cover. Yeah, it was very good. Darth with A Fire. Jets or Cardinals? The entire city of Cleveland is a factory of sadness. Yeah, that's fair too. I really liked when I went to Cleveland too, though. I did. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it'd be fun. Not with Pern and NFL fandom. No, just because we can't sync up because of my internet. So, that is it. Your Name Tree has a controversial video years ago. Did you ever convert him out of his Hillary Clinton bashing? Does he have a video on Hillary Clinton? I mean, listen, there's a lot of politicians that suck. Does he have that? Like, no, I've never talked to Tree about Hillary Clinton. I have not. Definitely have not. A lot of people did not like Hillary Clinton. A lot. Hillary? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, better than I think what we would have gotten, but did not run a good campaign. Did not run a good campaign at all. Also, just like coming after Obama and the perception of what Obama was, and I use perception very intentionally. Mally with a fire. Baseball fan, feeling the Dodgers crush my hope. Football is a side thing for me, but I dread the potential three-peat, a baseball three-peat. The Florida Panthers also trying to three-peat also. Yeah, because I saw a lot of people were upset the Dodgers just signed that person for $1 kajillion. Yeah. MMA 5. Avs and Broncos win this year, Perno would be insufferable. Yes. Correct. I do think Trump bears barely learned about Monroe Doctrine from Marco Rubio, and now he can't stop repeating the phrase. I mean, once you learn about the Monroe Doctrine, you just keep on questioning it over and over again, right? So, you mean Pokemon Go to the polls wasn't a hit? Dude, you can feel however you want about him. That's your business. Zohran Mamdani, holy God. The way that his campaign manager, the way that they ran that campaign in 2025 in an oversaturated social media did a hell of a job. Even the way that the campaign is being run right now during this honeymoon phase, holy cow. They're crushing it, man. They're absolutely crushing it. And it's so funny because I've had people who live in New York reach out to me who are on very different sides and are just these policies sound pretty good. And I was like, yes. I was like, this is what happens when you actually have policies be the foundation of you. Turns out, oh man, working for the working class makes it a little bit popular. It's crazy. But the campaign, man, insanely good. Insanely good. But it's okay. There's more strongly worded letters that are coming out. He maxed out charisma stats. Yeah, he could speak, man. He could speak. So, we'll see. Michael, I don't think he will. I mean, and I hope he doesn't, man, right? Because I do think, regardless of where you're at, working class folks, they need to have better representation because they have been sold down the river. We're hobbits in a barrel that are way down. So, yeah, man. I hope there's some good policies that come out of it. I hope so. Darth with a fire. Happier topic. What's your favorite roller coaster ride on the Packers wildcard games? Fair. Yeah, it's true, Dan. You always do run out of other people's money. It's a really good question. I grew up within 40 minutes of Rye Playland, and there was a radio station back in the day, 95.5 WPLJ. If you are an old WWF fan, and the wrestling, not the Wildlife Foundation, Todd Pettingale, who was an announcer with the WWF, he ran that show, Scott Todd in the Morning. And they used to give away every year to PLJ listeners, they'd give away passes for a PLJ night. So I would go to Rye Playland every single time that we would get those, because you could get 4 per family or 6 per family or something. And we'd all enter to try and go. And it was a smaller amount of people that are allowed in the park if you were PLJ, whatever. So the Dragon Coaster, I have very fond memories. It was a wooden roller coaster. That was pretty great. The Hulk Coaster in Islands of Adventure is a great roller coaster. There was one in Lake George, there's Six Flags that I used to go to. It was the Comet. I really liked that. Was a wooden coaster too. Yeah. I have not ridden the Velocicoaster yet. I did the Hagrid one though, and that one was really cool. And if I had to quote Josh Johnson and Mamdani, I've never watched a debate like a rap battle. That's it. In Your House to host Todd Pettingale? Yep. That's the one. That is the one. Dueling Dragons, I never wrote it. Dragon Coaster's epic. Let's go. Todd Pettingale. BB, you never know what's going to happen on Q&A. The Comet's amazing. The Comet's so good. Robin Turner, I've been watching different football content creators lately. It makes me so happy to see the passion they have as fans. The NFL would be nothing without each dedicated fan base. Thanks for the fun. That's it. Garrett, as neutrally as possible, how good is CJ Stroud? I want to see him with Nico Collins, a better offensive line, and Tank Dell back. I think he can be a very good quarterback. The turnovers are killing me, though. It's not all his fault, but some of it is. He panicked during that Steelers game. Willing to fire. Who's the author for White Man's Burden? Local store shows 2 versions of the book. Tom, what are the odds of our leaders trying to liberate Cuba? I hesitate on the Cuba, liberating aspect of it. I don't know, honestly. And that's Rudyard Kipling, who you may know, Rudyard Kipling, is writing the Jungle Book. So same guy who did White Man's Burden. Andrew Terry, learn about politics says no matter who's in charge, it's left to go to work in the morning. This is very true. This is very, very true. Yeah, Rudyard Kipling, and then you look at the Jungle Book and go, huh. That's always a fun one. Hold on, Maya, please hold. Yeah, that's when you read that book and go, huh, okay. That's interesting. O'Malley with a fire. I always wished for charisma didn't matter for votes. And my side could have put up a moderate like Jeb in 16. Please clap. Please clap. Please clap. It's like the PS3 coming out. Please clap. I think so, Mr. Terry. It's so crazy, right? When once something affects them, they're just like, oh, let me throw my entire worldview out the window because now this impacts me. Always fun. Always fun. Who do you want in the Super Bowl this year? I'll take Bills or Texans in the AFC, and then NFC Rams. Yeah. When imperialism actually negatively affects the imperialists. Oh, we killed all these people and maimed them and stole all their resources, but now I'm affected and I'm sad. Unfortunately, that's what guides a lot of politics. That is what guides a vast majority of politics today. So, yeah, not great. Henry, off season. In the off season. Bengals, I got Rams or Texans, I think. I got a good shot. Patriots, if their defense shows up, if it looks like it does against, or it did against the Chargers, they're rocking. Why would they fire? According to the NFC North subreddit, you are the patron saint of the NFC North. Yeah, someone about a month ago had sex with cheese on that subreddit, so thank you. Maybe that's my legacy. So, I don't know how I feel about that, but it's greatly appreciated. It's a great subreddit. Great subreddit. Yeah, there was a Packers fan that posted a thing because I saw the aftermath of it. That did things with cheese. Yep. Nope. That's what's going on the internet. So just so you know, when I'm like keeping up to date what's going on with teams, the NFC North subreddit also pops up on my feed a whole lot. And there was I don't know what kind of cheese. I don't know. I don't know if the cheese stayed intact. I don't know. I didn't seek it out after I learned it. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I did not seek it out. But yeah. No fondue. No, wasn't that. No, don't know if it was vegan. It wasn't afterwards. I'll tell you that much. So yeah. Could Tom do that because of allergic? No, I couldn't. No, I wouldn't want to either. At all. Swiss too, or just before after? Yeah, that's a good question. Yep. That's a thing. That's a thing. Change the subject. I mean, I don't know if it was a Gouda. I don't know, because you know how Gouda be. You know, pepper jack. Ugh. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you want to figure out the logistics of it. I don't think so. So that's what's going on the internet. You know, there's a lot that's going on there. I need a vacation from the internet, I think. A lot of vacation. Blue cheese. That's it. No comment. And I think that's the best way to do it. I think so. All right. Uno mas, and then we'll skedaddle. Please hold. Oh? Maya apparently... Okay, hold on. Oh? Maya has T. Explain. I'm going to find out, said T. Will the Panthers win the NFC South next season? I don't know. Depends on who the Falcons hire and how good Shuck is going to be. So... Alrighty, we're rocking. I mean, listen, I hadn't been able to do Q&A for a while, so these are going to be the longest streams of the weekend. That's it. Oh, that's pretty cool, Sparky. Oh, yeah. Mr. Terry! Appreciate you. Is snowing in Wisconsin? It was snowing earlier today. I don't know if it's snowing anymore now. It was snowing earlier today, though. It was. It was rough for 91 North, I think. Or was 94 North. It was one or the other. That was time. Mr. Terry, have a great night. You take care. IPA. Well, B Barnes. Hold on. Don't just leave. What IPA we rocking with? Give the details. So, Forum, you take care. Take care. Cheese freaks me out. Same, because I'll get really sick, and so yeah. No. All right, I'm gonna go pee for the D. You can see your beloved chair. Be right back. We're back. We have returned. Rachel, take care. Have a great night. Ted, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Uno mas, and then we'll skedaddle. We'll do that. I tried Stone Cold's Broken Skull IPA. I have tried it once. I wasn't a fan. Jar with that fire. No chair. Even Bears fans have rights. Game of the tour. Pick an NFL coach as a life coach. Who and why? Vince Lombardi. He was a good coach. And that was it. Yeah. Vince Lombardi. Great coach. A leader of peeps. Got the job done. So, yeah. That's it. Oh, Ronaldo or Messi? Probably Messi. But, yeah, both good. Get you at fire. The way you grunted out of your chair had me laughing for a solid minute with a mouthful of Greek yogurt. My cat got worried. Don't blame him. It probably looks like you were foaming out the mouth. So I don't know if it was like a rabies concern, maybe. Good. Yeah. I Show Speed doesn't like that. Dude, it's pretty awesome. I Show Speed. He went to Africa. Like, it's not someone that I follow, but like, it's super cool that those IRL streams, man. Like, the production behind it has to be insane. A lot of respect. I was born by rabies, molded by the rabies. Very fair. Very fair. I heard rabies. Whose brain do I need? Exactly. 10 out of 10 pour. You like that, right? That was an excellent pour. It was hiding there in the corner, but it was very, very good. Tom, do you think you're faster than I Show Speed? Absolutely not. It's athletic as hell. Cheers. Ted, I'd love to. I don't know what the setup looks like. So that's the issue. So I'm still debating about how to do this next 30 and 30. Life at a tour. Which NFL coach would make the worst life coach? I feel like Bill Belichick now and before probably wouldn't be great. Most likely. Urban Meyer, that's a good one. Yeah, Urban Meyer. I don't think Urban Meyer would be good for any of that. Yeah, no. I would do a marathon again. Yeah. I just would actually have to do some more training. So, yeah. I would. Luffy, I got Rams or Texans. Zone, take care. Just we'll do a stream. Yeah. We will do a stream. Matt Eberflus. You know what? He might be better at life coaching than NFL coaching. So, that's it. What's happening? Tom's still frozen on my screen. That's because I'm frozen. In carbonite, actually. So, Brandon, take care. You have a good one. Enjoy. A little pessimistic. That's fair. Spectrum! Make your flight reservations now, because flights tend to be cheaper when gas is cheaper. Yeah, I got to figure out my dates for 30 and 30. Again, I just have to figure out how I want to do it. Oh, I really got to figure out how I want to do that. I have no time right now. I need to survive through... Get me to the end of February, and then we're okay. And then we'll rock. Henry, it's all good, brother. That's great. Vin, I'd like to do that. Yeah, it's just time. That's all. Sonic Boom. Yeah, I'll get you. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, yeah, Aztec. I mean, Belichick in college. Ooh. Yeah, Boto, easy. Easy peasy. That's all. Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, my hair is dark right now because I haven't seen the sun in 3 damn days. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a hot minute. So, no, they did a nice job. I think I found a barber out here, which was very nice. So, all about it. I'm good. Thoughts on the Rams playing? Playing in the cold. I mean, Stafford, again, he has played in Soldier Field. He does have a losing record, but on paper, they're the better team. But paper don't mean diddly squat. Bring back Madden Mondays. Again, it just be during the off season. Just comes down to time. Would you ever get a buzz? Dude, I used to get a buzz cut all the time. That was like my go-to haircut. So, have the Packers offered you any jobs? No. It's okay. I don't think I would take a job from the Packers. So, it's all good. I very much like the fact that I can sit here and drink beer and not be beholden by any company or organization to say how I feel. So, We're good. We're good. Yeah, we're good. We have snow in Foxborough. That'd be awesome. Zachary, good to see you battling on to a million. Could be more deserved. How is Wisconsin winter treating you two and the zoo? It's not too bad, man. Like, it's cold, but it's just wear a jacket. You know, I still go out in flip-flops every morning, so I'm out there in the snow and the bare feet in the flip-flops, so corner and O-line depth. But yeah, I have to be honest, I love living here right now. I love living here. I'm so happy to be living here. Again, with a switch to hockey YouTubing, could you fake it? No, I would have to learn it, because otherwise I wouldn't be having fun doing it. You know? Finn, obviously. No, but I did that in New York during the winter. You know, I gotta walk the dogs every morning, so, you know, I'm just gonna throw on some flip-flops and have a nice day. And that's it. You got it, Cart. You got it. But yeah, you know, working on my oops. Yeah. No, it's been awesome, man. Like, I'm very excited for summer and to spend a summer here after 30 and 30. But I really like this house. I would like to fill it with more things, but I really do like this house. Man, I go out at like 1 o'clock in the morning to walk the dogs, and it's silent. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. Still live? No, this is just my AI version. That's all. That's it. Under 60, closed-toe shoes, sweats in a hoodie. Come on. Iceland silent? No. God, but I can't wait for Iceland silence again. There is nothing like Iceland silence. Oh my God. Where you just hear nothing. Oh, I love it. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Selling out to AI, Tom? No, I didn't do it. AI just took over me, so. I don't like the Packers. I like 49ers or Buffalo. Which I support? The Bills. Do I plan children? No. I used to teach children, but I didn't plan them. No, I didn't have anything to do with the planning process there. I wasn't there when they were planned or conceived. I wasn't there for any of that. So more of a after the fact, and they're older, and then I teach them. But that was about it. So, well, that's it. What do you recommend someone who's recently struggles with silence but also wants to get rid of overstimulation? Ooh, that's a great question. Can I follow up, SS? What do you struggle with in terms of the silence? Is it just like kind of running mind and like thoughts just getting crazy? Like, what do we? And by crazy, I mean it's just like constantly going and going and going. So whenever I try Everest, it's not a challenge thing. I just don't think Everest is. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird that you just like be a rich person and just decide to go and do that. So, I don't know. And plus, like, it's getting super polluted. Don't know how I feel about that either. But that being said, we're gonna do a glacier summit in Iceland, so that'll be dope. That'll be cool. Biggest content risk you ever taken? 30 and 30. Easy. Do I have friends in the area who just move blind? I got like Wes who lives like 90-ish minutes away. But yeah, no, I moved just 'cause I want to live here. SSG, yeah, thoughts run wild. Yeah, I mean that's very valid. I mean, again, I don't know your own personal situation. Please don't take this as like mental health advice. I mean, I would like to get to the root of like why, right? The thoughts run wild. And maybe it is the stimulation that I think every one of us is going through. Meditation, I would attempt, right? And like focusing on the breathing, because like giving yourself something to focus on to try and reduce that. Like as someone with asthma, meditation never really worked for me. I also probably didn't do it the right way, but growing up with asthma, like it was a very, like when I would have asthma attacks, it was very, right? Or like holding on to it. And like, that does help. And it makes you like focus on like one particular thing. So I say like, back against like a wall or something like that, and deep breaths and see if you can focus on that. Yeah, I try. Therapy also is great too. But yeah. Shadow, I have a half sibling. I have a half brother. Because we have the same dad. And then yeah. That's it. I did teach honors classes in AP. I did. King said, got a new car today. Hey, Cadillac SRX. Whoa, Mr. Cadillac over here. All right, listen, like the car. You like the car. Let's rock. Let's go. Hell yeah, King. Congratulations. The youngest of 7. Damn. A little bit Sparky. A little bit. That's crazy. Oh, 2010? Good year. There we go. Oh, Big, we just have the same dad, different mom. I'm from a family of 7? Hell yeah. Let's go. Favorite moment from the season? It might be that Micah Parsons sack on Jared Goff week 1 at Lambeau. That was pretty good. Starting a new hobby help? Sure. I mean, it just depends on what the hobby is, right? Like, if there's things that you could do with like your hands, or I will personally say, like, I'm also a big fan of hiking, but like being outside, like in the stillness and being in nature, and there's times where it is just silent, I feel like it kind of gives you a little bit more experience with it, you know, like hiking through, you know, like the woods and stuff. Get into your lamest team logos and themes. Commander's name is kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. It could have been so much better in the rebrand too. Yeah, that one's that stands out for me right now. Cleveland Browns, yeah, they have the elf. They have Elfie, but yeah, their logo's kind of boring. It's not great. So, yeah, we did get Micah Parsons. We did. Golden TD was great. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, the helmet's kind of boring. That's kind of. I've always liked the Falcons logo. That's always been nice. Titans is okay. It's all right. I told you the thing that I used to hate the most was the Saints logo, because good God, it was so difficult to match up in thumbnails. But it's a good logo by itself. It's just a pain in the ass to work with. So, NHL is scripted. Henry again. It would probably just be, I need some more experience. What do you need? Need to go out? Oh, I gotta take Sinclair out. Please hold. All right, come on, my lovey. But don't bork it. I'm helping you. I'm taking it out. Sinclair had to pee. So, Grossi's gone like the Packers in the playoffs. Yes. Me with A20. My auntie Perna curse wheel karma post for bad Ram stuff. It's fair. It's very, very fair. I get it. M1, yeah, I've considered some stuff. I've done like worst Packers losses. Yeah, I have. Again, it's just a timing thing. Sydney! Got the Wildflower Crown? How we doing? Just got done having a fun movie night with my friends. Watched First Knives Out and The Burbs. Burbs is an excellent movie. Excellent movie. Hell yeah. Great Tom Hanks film. Gambling video, it's the first thing that I see every day I open my laptop. But yeah, no, we haven't done that. I haven't finished that yet. Again, like it just takes time, man. It takes so much time. So yeah, I was saying Aztec, it kind of counts as like a history video, a little bit. Just a bit. How do I get that? Brandon, you got the Wildflower Crown, it looks like. Looks like you do. Yeah, it's 11:51 on the East Coast. Probably go for about 9 more minutes, and then we'll skedaddle. We're good. First Knives Out is great. Very, very good. It's so good. The Burbs is such a fun movie. Tom Hanks is great in it. Supporting cast is great. Caleb, top 10 in the fourth quarter, maybe. Yeah, in the fourth quarter, maybe. Why did I get it? I feel like you've been here long enough. That's why. Everything Everywhere All at Once, one of my favorite modern movies. That movie is made with such precision and like care, and I loved Everything Everywhere All at Once. I saw it in theaters, and it was the same year that the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness got released, and good God, like, did it blow that out of the water in terms of multiverse films. And when I didn't realize that thing, 37 months! Let's go. Let's go. Will someone be surprised if he goes to, like, the Dolphins or something, NYG? I don't know what OC they're going to get, though. I mean, they might get Monken. That's who they're talking about, right? That Harbaugh's going to bring him over from Baltimore. So, hey, pal. Yeah, I mean, again, he had a great season. I wouldn't be too concerned, personally. NFL fandom, yeah, as far as I know. Yes. Sarah, if I'm dreading going back to college, this Q&A has made my soul feel better. Thank you very much, Tom, for all the good vibes. Thanks for being part of the good vibes. That's such a wasted performance. Packers fans have seen that before. QB balling out and their defense letting them down. Oh, yeah. Best coach on the market now that Harbaugh's been picked up? It's a good question. I feel McDaniel's still up there for OC. Kubiak's got to be up there. Stefanski, I think, is going to get a job soon, too. Won't be surprised. I think McCarthy to the Titans makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, it might be Kubiak. LaFleur's going to get a job. Texans DC might get a job. Tub Frogs, I've seen some of their videos. They do a great job. I haven't seen a lot of them, but I also don't watch a ton during the season, so. Would last week's game change anything in the worst losses video we made last year? It'd be hovering around the top 10. Yeah, I had to see which exact games that I had up there, but it's because it's against the Bears. It makes it so much worse. So. January Terror, long time no see. Moving to the Hudson Valley in a few weeks. Any tips for a new New Yorker? Hiking. Breakneck Ridge is going to be closed, but you could still access it if you go to Beacon. That's the place I would always go hiking. Highly recommend. But yeah, no, Hudson Valley is awesome. You go to Nyack. They have a couple of good restaurants there. But yeah, there's some good places in Westchester. No, Hudson Valley. Go to New Paltz. You'll dig New Paltz. New Paltz is great. McDaniel? I think Lions make a lot of sense. I hope they don't get him, but I think makes a lot of sense. Visit New Mexico? Yeah, I've never been before. That'd be cool. Be about that. Dable? I don't know. It depends on who's going to hire him as an OC. No? Maybe the Ravens hire him. I don't know. So, should we south of New Paltz? Let's go! But Poughkeepsie's a cool town. But yeah, New Paltz is go to Minnewaska, go up to Mohonk. New Paltz, the town is awesome. It's pretty great. Do I think Ben Johnson saying F the Packers was wrong? No. If Packers are mad about it, win the game. Win the game. You don't want the coach and players like doing all the antics afterwards. Win the game. Don't blow a 21-3 lead. There's no one to blame but yourself. So, hope it makes them better. That's it. Is Dan Gamble on the hot seat? If he had a really bad season and missed the playoffs this year, then I think maybe, but not right now. Fox Tour, who's worse for you, Tom? My Niners or Seahawks? You know, like, It was the Seahawks for a while just because of the quality of the loss. The 49ers, I feel like it's more frequent. But the thing that does keep me warm at night is the fact that none of you won a Super Bowl off of that. The Seahawks, after beating us in the championship game, that was a horrendous loss on the 1 yard line 2 weeks later. The 49ers keep going to the Super Bowl, but they can't win one. So that's what keeps me warm at night. That's what gets me through. But yeah, 49ers, I was just so tired of seeing them, man. Oh my God. But yeah, Seahawks, exactly. Seahawks sucks in quality, 49ers in quantity. Agreed. So, Andrew Tour, maybe you need a darkness retreat over the Bears. Maybe. There's potential. I mean, listen, once we raise $1 million for charity, I'm going to go away for 2 weeks and not put out a single video. Joshua Tour, you still live? I don't know. I don't know if we're live right now. We'll see. For the quantity? No, Queen. No, that's not. Hi, Tom. Could I be Tom too? Sure. 2026 rock out. Rock out. That's it. Stefanski to the Falcons makes sense. He does. They speak any other languages? Italiano un po'. Un po'. Parlo italiano un po'. Jimmy Director, will you be OC for my Eagles, please? Yes. Give me $25 million in 1 year. I know that's more than John Harbaugh, but I promise you, I will lead that offense to heights that you will have never seen before. Just give me $25 million, in cash, preferably, or direct deposit works fine, right before the season starts. And then I'm going to get sick, and I'm not going to coach for the season. So, just letting you know. Yeah. Coach, it's been a minute. It's about, yeah, I won't just do Saquon up the middle, deep ball to A.J. Brown. So, take a GoPro to New Zealand. There will at least be one video of me skydiving. So, I'll probably do something. Yeah. I think so. Honestly, I won't even take 25 mil. I'll take 10 mil. 10 mil is the offensive coordinator for the Eagles. I'll really try with the Cowboys. So, yeah. I'll take 10, because then 10 I can retire. So, there we go. Yeah. Ice fishing. Oh, there you go. There you go. And then it's just yourself or the company. So that works too. How long do Friday night Q&A streams usually go? Anywhere from 2 hours to 5 hours, usually. So, J-Cat, with a fire. Tom, you're a great dude. Excited to see the live stream this weekend. A scriptwriter series. A Casey fan, I'm pulling for anyone to be the Pats. What about the Broncos? J-Cat, how do you feel about that? Yeah, no, we're streaming all of them. We'll be rocking. Bit by bit. Tomorrow's the last Saturday. We've been doing it since the middle of December, 7 days a week. Tomorrow's it. Justify, as a UFL fan, generally couldn't ask for more in terms of how much football I'll be consuming this year. There we go. Went 6 hours once. Yeah. LD, hope you're good. Moto, take care. You have a good one. All right. Well, we made 4.5 hours. Tomorrow we'll be streaming both games. I'm going to have a video about both games. We'll have a reaction video out. Dylan Vator. Good morning, Tom. Hey, Dylan. How you doing? We are 19,000 subs away from 1 million. I think not next week, but potentially the week after. We might be 2 weeks away from hitting this thing. So I appreciate y'all. We'll be streaming both Sunday and Saturday. And we'll do reaction videos for each of them. Monday will be nice. Every fans will be out early. So, we're getting there. Where am I putting the gold play button? Been keeping it warm. But folks, I will see you tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for watching. What will I do after the Super Bowl? I will stream the Super Bowl. And then we're going to raise $1 million for charity. We might raise $1 million $34,499. Because then we'll be at 3.5. We might do that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we're going to do it. But folks, I'll see you tomorrow. I appreciate the hell out of you. Talk to you soon. I'm Tom Grossi. And as always, go back home. See you tomorrow. Gonna stream some play.